What is up, hooligans? Happy freedom. Welcome to another episode of Coffee with Hooligans, where we try to make the news suck a little less. I appreciate all of you guys being here. If you're over on Rumble, please hit that like button. More likes equals more hooligans. Gonna read through the schedule really quick, and then we'll check on all the chats. So let me know how you hooligans are doing today. Then, of course, we'll be getting things started. I do got this Charlie Kirk live debate thing going on. Somebody called IRT Media is there live streaming this. I see Smoke and Scan is also showing this. I don't know. I just got it pulled up for funsies, I guess. Either way, President Trump is supposed to be live on stage in 2 minutes. I don't know, that's exactly how things are going to go. But either way, President Trump is supposed to be giving commencement address at University of Alabama. We are going to be covering that as soon as he gets on stage. But until that happens, we're going to go through the rest of the schedule. Before we get any further, I want to give a huge shout out to Anonymous Donor. Thank you so much for the PayPal. I really appreciate all the support. Like I said, we're going to get on the schedule here. We'll be starting off with a video titled Waltz nominated as UN Ambassador. Rubio will be NSA. They just started the live on Right Side Broadcasting. We'll see how this goes. Either way, the news was lying about this earlier today. They were claiming that Waltz was being removed from Trump's cabinet over Signalgate. That's what they call it, that stupid Signal chat controversy that's going on. But that was false. That was not real. President Trump is moving him to UN Ambassador. Then we got a video titled, where does the title begin? Jesus loves us. Trump cutting $1 billion hairs in schools' mental health funding over DEI. Now, of course, the news is damning President Trump over this move here, but the federal government says that these programs are based on skin color because of DEI, and that the current programs don't actually focus on mental health. On top of that, what good has it done anybody? Doesn't seem like anybody's helping mental health. Then we got a video titled Former FBI Agent Responds to the View over Trump in Over His Head Comments. That's a mess of a title there. But what they're talking about is the ABC interview that we showed yesterday where President Trump was arguing with the reporter about whether or not the MS-13 gang member, it's in El Salvador, Garcia, whether or not his finger tattoos actually spell out MS-13 or if it's just symbolism. Well, we played that yesterday. It was sort of controversial, not really for us, but like I was saying yesterday, the left was using it to try and prove that, President Trump's on the mental decline. What I don't think helps is having a former FBI agent and news get on TV and try to make stuff up to cover for President Trump. I don't think that works, but that's what they're doing. They are just completely trying to say that the MS-13 that's in the photo is not Photoshop, that he actually has numbers and shit up here. That's not true. That's not true at all. But that's what they're trying to say, and I don't think that's helping President Trump's situation. Either way, then we got a video titled Why U.S.-Ukraine Minerals Deal is a Win-Win. You guys were saying yesterday while we were live that they had passed the minerals deal, so I went and found that clip. Then we got a follow-up video titled 11 high school lacrosse players turn themselves into police over alleged hazing incident. I can't believe that they're still referring to this as hazing, but it's all over now. They've turned themselves in. Then we got two videos from today's press briefing. First one's titled Stephen Miller defends President Trump's comments about buying fewer dolls due to rising prices. And the second video is titled Stephen Miller on Hyena Harris's comeback speech. I don't know if that's what was on her back, but either way. Then we got another video from earlier today. This is titled We're Not Going to Forget About God. Trump pledges to keep the faith in major upcoming events. There's a lot of news news channels out there talking bad about this, saying President Trump has forgot the separation of church and state. Then we got a video from, I think it was yesterday. It's titled RFK Jr. During the Biden administration, HHS became a collaborator in child trafficking for sex and for slavery, calling out the Biden administration. Then we got a video titled What to Know About Florida's Operation Tidal Wave Targeting Border Crossers for Deportation. DeSantis has his own mass deportation going on. As far as I know, no judges are standing in the way, so that's a win. I got an interesting video from Tom Homan here. It's titled Wait Until You See What's Coming. I got high hopes, but I'm tired of them letting us down. Then we got another interesting video titled Epstein Accuser Virginia Giuffre, I think is how you say her name. Her father does not believe that she killed herself. Then we got a video titled Texas Detainees Fearing Deportation to El Salvador Signals SOS. This has been all over the news, showing the inmates in red outfits spelling out SOS, linking arms and all of that. Well, it's actually a stunt. They got another video coming out showing them all clapping hands and high-fiving each other and stuff. They're not doing that bad. Then we got a video titled, this last little bit of the news, Second Protective Order Against Kilmar Abrego Garcia Uncovered. This is another protective order put against him where they got details and whatnot. He was locking his kids in the room. He was abusing his wife. He was threatening to kill her and all kinds of other stuff. Also, her ex-husband filed a report claiming that the kids aren't safe because Garcia is a gang member. But just remember, this is a poor father from Maryland who was mistakenly deported to CCOT out in El Salvador. Then we'll be getting into the fun stuff. We'll be opening today's door of the Advent calendar sent to us by Hair Juicer. And we got 2 funny videos of the day. First one's titled, What is Your Love Language? And our official funny video of the day is titled, Can't Trust Hospitals. That one was provided by Stoner. All of that's coming up next, but first we're going to read through the chat, see how you hooligans are doing today. What is up, everyone, over on jeffmaclive.com. What's up, Russell? What's up, Josh1776? What's up, Matt Rogers? What's up, Snooks? What's up, Tin Man? What's up, Jay Spray? Happy Freedom, you hooligans. Appreciate all of you guys being on the website. And what is up, everyone, over on Rumble? Elder Zoomer, you were first today. I appreciate you racing in the chat, Elder Zoomer. What's up, MU? Happy Freedom to you. Russell, you're omnipresent. Appreciate you. What's up, Cody? Happy Freedom. What's up, Tony Rez? Appreciate you being here. What's up, Ghostly, if I can get you already. What's up, Dutton? Happy Freedom to you. What's up, Screaming Eagle? Let me see. What's up, Tree Herder? Happy Freedom to you. Happy Freedom, Cricket Kiss, and thank you so much for that $20 donation over on Rumble. I really appreciate all your support. Thank you so much, Cricket Kiss. It says, Hugs and Haze. We don't give up, only things we don't give. That's right, Cricket Kiss. Thank you. What's up, Appeal to Heaven? Happy Freedom. What's up, MC? What's up, Metal Mouth? Happy Freedom to you. What's up, Kevin? Appreciate you sliding through. Let me see. I think we got everybody. Hit that like button over on Rumble. See if you can get us on the front page. And what is up, everyone, over on Kick? Happy Freedom. Meta, appreciate you being here with us. And what is up, everyone, over on Twitch? What's up, Biking Cat? What's up, Tony Rich? Happy Freedom to you. What's up, Lisa? Happy Freedom. Matt Rogers, you are omnipresent. And what is up, everyone, over on the Goof Tube? Matt Rogers, you were first over here. You truly are omnipresent. Russell, claiming first, you're omnipresent as well. What's up, Toy Mafia? What's up, Brenda? Happy Freedom. What's up, Johnny Cage? Let's see. What's up, Rhonda? Happy Freedom to you. What's up, Juggalo? What's up, Mana? And I think we got everybody. Hit that like button over on the Commie Tube. And what is up, everyone, over on X? Maybe. Is it not going to load? Come on, man. There we go. Tony Rich, appreciate you being over here. All right, let's just see what Charlie Kirk has going on, because we don't ever get to cover this, but I see clips of this online. A lot of times it's worth listening to. Now, from what I was hearing earlier, the question, you see that woman standing there on the left side of the screen, the people asking the questions is kind of hard to hear. But let's just take a gander really quick, and we'll get into the news.
I'm a Buddhist, so I mean...
So it's all about yourself?
No, it's just about being... Well, I guess you could say that.
I know, yeah, I know Buddhism. So let's play it out. What is the top accomplishment of the Buddhist?
I guess just to be a good person and...
No, to reach nirvana, you know that.
Well, yes, but not everyone can reach nirvana.
I know, but you want to try to ascend, right? And so it's all about yourself, all inward looking, right? To try to limit your touch with the outside world, that the outside world is dirty and it's, you know, it's kind of polluted.
I don't believe... as a Buddhist, that's not how I was taught, and I don't think it's fair for you to argue for Buddhism in that sense.
Oh no, that's what Buddhism... No, I know plenty about Buddhism. Like, so Buddhism, as it's written, is that the world is contaminated, we must remove ourselves from the world, and we're going to spiritually ascend ourselves by meditation.
But there's people who don't believe in that.
Well, then you don't believe in Buddhism. That's fine. It's okay.
Buddhism, and they believe in all different kinds of things.
So that's fine.
There's different sects
so
of
can you,
Christianity. I'm just not in that sect.
Got it. So can you? What moral way do you think society should live by? Not Christianity. So what way should we live by?
I think that it's not as much about morality as much as societal, and it's just societal needs. Like for example, like abortion, we can't argue that, you know, Christianity is the reason that we should not allow abortions when clearly there's both a medical and a societal need for abortion.
There's not a medical reason to kill babies, right? That doesn't exist.
Okay, well, I have one example. My mother had bacteremia, and they had offered her an abortion because birthing the baby would not only kill her, and like if she went into labor, because the placenta had split into many little veins and covered her birth canal. If she ever went into labor, and my little brother at the time, if he had pushed on the birth canal to exit her, she would have died. Both her and her son would have died.
Did your brother survive or not?
I want to continue with this point. So she was offered the opportunity for an abortion because not only was she the main breadwinner of the family, but she
Charlie Kirk yawning while listening to her.
was raising 2 kids as well already. She's the right to an abortion is possibly could have saved her life. She did end up surviving, but not. I don't think that we should limit the ability to get an abortion to other women in her
Wait,
situation.
hold on, time out. So your brother you know now.
Huh?
Does your brother survive or no?
Yes, he did.
Wait, so aren't you glad your brother wasn't aborted? I mean, come on. What kind of argument is that? Aren't you glad your brother's not dead?
It's not that I'm glad that he wasn't aborted.
Yes, so that's
also,
still
like,
pro-life. That's what we want. We don't want your brother to be aborted.
It's-
Imagine
no,
how many
it's-
millions other like
Yes,
people are
but
aborted.
if my mom died,
She didn't. It's not even a good argument.
well, there's so many.
Smoked her.
Correct. I said that earlier. It only happens a couple dozen times a year, and the baby could be delivered by
People
C-section.
with bacteremia have a much higher rate of death than other women.
Yes, this happens maybe a couple hundred times a year, and there's 1.5 million abortions every single year. This is on the extreme of the
If we
extreme.
have to take away abortions, then we're taking away from everybody, even the people who have a medical need for abortion, where the baby is going to kill them if they come out.
Again, I can grant you that, fine, we'll have those exceptions. Can we make abortion illegal for the other circumstances?
No, because
Oh, so maybe it's not about those circumstances.
No,
You're
it is
just using it.
about those, it is about those circumstances, because when we take away those rights from everyone and we go into a hospital and there's an emergency need to remove a baby, then we have to prove that there's an actual emergency need instead of just it being an automatic right. Then doctors
You
aren't
don't
going
have
to
a
be
right to
willing
murder another human being.
It's not necessarily a right. It's just
Is
the
it-
ability to.
So when your brother was in your mom's womb, was your brother a human being?
I mean, I don't want to argue that. I think that they can
No, it's a
argue
very
like
it's not an
that for
argument. It's a
long
question.
time,
When your
but I
brother
think
was in,
it's useful.
when your brother was in the womb, was it a human being?
I believe that on my moral compass, I believe that he was, but I don't think that my moral compass should dictate the medical needs
Got it.
and
So
the
what moral
societal needs of
compass?
others.
Fine. What moral compass should we use to write laws then?
And not necessarily a single one. I think that everyone's moral compass is different. And
Well, which one
that we
wins?
should be able to.
Which one should say? Let's, for
The one
example,
that supports women the most, the one that
by
allows
what
women to get
standard though?
medical.
Why is that? Why is that good? I mean, by what book do you reference? By some moral standard you're appealing to. What is it?
What?
No, yeah. By what moral standard do you say that we should have health care for women? Why? What? At some point, you're basing this on something. What is it?
I think that it's not even a moral standard. It's in
It
the
is? Oh.
Constitution. Women should have equal rights, and that includes the right to.
You do not have a right to murder another because life is the first right. We've been through that, but I'm saying, but at some point you say you don't want Christianity to have the moral sword. So I ask you, by what moral code should we live by?
Well, I don't think there's a defining moral code that we should live by. We all
Of course
have
there is.
different-
Should we help the sick?
Well,
Should we
yes,
help the
but
poor?
there's- Okay, but my
Should
moral
we
code
feed the
as
hungry?
a Buddhist is that I should never kill an animal. And many Christians hunt. Many people, kill animals for a living. That's how
I'm
they
not
make
talking about
a
your
living.
personal. Society has to make decisions, right?
Yeah,
So-
and when society makes decisions, they should account for the fact that everyone has a different moral compass.
but then-
if
but
we're
then-
a society that, first of all, a modern society, we shouldn't be basing our moral compass
No,
off
but hold on
of
a
a book
second.
made thousands of years ago.
Well, first of all, Buddhism is very old too, but contradicting.
I agree.
Yeah,
That's why I don't think
but
Buddhism.
there's
I don't think we should ban people
There's
going
a
out to
contradiction
hunt
here, though.
because
Come
I
on.
don't believe in killing
At
animals.
some point, we have to decide what laws to make. We have to say
And I
something
think the laws should be dependent
on what?
how we can most benefit the people already existing in our society.
But okay, but don't people in the womb exist?
That's, you could argue that for so long. I don't think it's really useful when we're talking about.
Are you glad you weren't aborted? Are you glad you weren't aborted?
I'm not. I mean, it's just, if it was something that if aborting me would have benefited my mother far more than having me would have, then I wouldn't be necessarily angry about it, you know? Like, it's not...
See, I'm glad your mom did not abort you, because I think life is beautiful. And I want to give that gift to as many people as possible.
Give this bitch a hat and send her on her way.
If a woman has a medical need and her life is in danger...
I've already granted. Let's say abortion is legal for medical circumstances. 1.4 million...
Then when we get rid of abortion for those exceptions, right, we need to think about how it is applied in the actual...
Abortion is the #1 form of birth control in the country right now. Over 1.4 million abortions every single year for non-rape, non-incest, non-life of the mother.
It's really the $1 form of birth control in this country.
Well, that we know of.
Actually,
if you think about the day after pill,
that's crazy.
Right? If you think about the day after pill,
$50 for a fucking abortion instead of like, you know, the pull-out method of getting a condom. You really think? I'm sorry, in your twisted world, you really think the #1 form of birth control is abortion?
Oh, if it's time to attack him.
Plan B, right? Abortifacients, at-home abortions, chemical abortions, surgical abortions. All of those can be defined as abortifacients. Yes, you might be right. Okay, you might say condoms are more than that. But abortion has become a form of birth control. Can you agree with that?
I mean, anything that, all of it, obviously, anything can be considered birth control. I mean, me deciding to not have sex is birth control. I mean,
and that's what more people should do.
What? No, because I don't think that that's necessarily something that we can police. Like, what, you're gonna go to fucking people's
I'm not policing, but I'm saying though, if you're gonna decide to have sex, don't kill the baby after you have sex. Pretty simple. Because you made a decision to get pregnant.
I don't think that that's necessarily a good argument. I mean, there's no nuance.
There's no nuance to it. A human life exists. I can't murder someone in the crowd. Why? Because murder is wrong. You can't murder someone in a womb. Why? Because murder is wrong. Thank you for your time.
Smoked her. He didn't have to do much work. She was just talking in circles. Either way, it's Charlie Kirk live. President Trump is doing the thing over here. Let me get this pulled up. Seems that he's just pulling up right now. Now, I assume we got a little bit of time before he's going to actually be on stage. He was supposed to be on stage 15 minutes ago. But that's okay. We got things to cover. I think he's in Alabama. Pretty sure. Anyways, I'll get that all figured out. Let's go ahead and cover some news, and then once President Trump gets on stage, we'll go ahead and put the orange eagle on. Until then, we're going to get started with this first video here. Like I said, it's titled Waltz nominated as UN ambassador, and Rubio will be NSA. They spent the whole beginning of today, the news did, lying to people, saying that Trump fired Waltz for Signalgate. That's what they call the stupid signal chat situation or whatever. Signalgate is the reason that Waltz is being terminated from his position in Trump's cabinet. Ha ha ha, they were all saying all morning. And then Trump put out a tweet. He was like, nah, we're going to make him the UN ambassador. They were like, ugh. They didn't know what to do with that, but that's okay. We got the actual story. Now, before we get into this, I want to remind you hooligans really quick, we have these Trump was right about everything t-shirts. Now, this design was created by Alistair, and Alistair is a badass in just about everything he does. So I will be posting his link in all of the chats for you hooligans to have the opportunity to hire him for your creative needs, because if you think it, he can create it. Now, this design does come in shirts for men, shirts for women, tank tops for men, tank tops for women, pullover hoodies, zipper hoodies, coffee mugs, dog tags, and we even made long sleeve t-shirts out of this design. Today I got on the plain Jane Jeff Mac t-shirt. We got lots of items and lots of designs over on the merch store. I'll be dropping all the links in the chats while we're watching this first video.
Were you
Okay, Dr. Grant,
finished
General
in the
Holt's still
sentence?
here. We have some breaking news. We're going to read it for you right now. A True Social post from President Trump on Mike Waltz. Katrina, he's going to be promoted to, or it will have to go through, but ambassador to the United Nations. So he's not out entirely.
That's right. A soft landing there, if you will. And here is that post from the president. I'll read it through because there's another nugget in there. I am pleased to announce that I will be nominating Mike Waltz to be the next United States ambassador to the United Nations from his time in uniform on the battlefield, in Congress, and as my national security advisor. Mike Waltz has worked hard to put our nation's interests first. I know he will do the same in his new role. In the interim, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will serve as national security advisor while continuing his strong leadership at the State Department. Together, we will continue to fight tirelessly to make America and the world safe again. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So lots of movement. But again, President Trump just moving forward and keeping his promises to the country.
Yes, and being very transparent about it, General. Your thoughts on what we...
Okay, so like I said, they were lying about this the whole beginning of today. I'm going to put this in the background. You guys can watch President Trump get off the helicopter, whatever it is. Anyways, they were lying about this all morning today, and that's why when they started the video, they said, oh, this is a bit of a soft landing here. This is just a little soft landing. Yeah, because you guys are liars, so you're trying to connect the story. Got ahead of yourselves, but, you know, that's what happens. Next up, we got Trump cutting $1 billion hairs in schools' mental health funding over DEI. We might as well just go ahead and get into this. Now, they're going to spend this video demonizing President Trump, as the news does. But the federal government is determined that their programs are pretty much worthless, and they're all based on DEI. So why throw money at that? Hit that like button over on Rumble as well as the CommentTube, and go out and share the links to your social media. That way we can bring more hooligans to the chat. Let's get this rolling.
And in another controversial move from the Trump administration, cutting nearly $1 billion in federal grants for school mental health programs. News Nation's Elizabeth Pran is here with us for more on this story. Elizabeth, break this down for us. What does that mean for schools and students?
Well, at the end of this year, they're not going to get the funding. So starting with the school next year, they simply won't receive it. These are Biden administration grants. So funds to hire psychologists, to hire counselors, mental health workers. This was part of a bipartisan Safer Communities Act. It passed back in 2022, so 3 years ago, after that devastating Uvalde school shooting at Robb Elementary. Remember, 19 people died, including students and teachers. So the nuance is here. So why is the administration saying they're not going to fund this? They essentially say the hiring policies don't align with this administration. They argue it violates civil rights laws. It lacks merit-based hiring. And they claim that essentially it advanced DEI policies, not mental health. So an example of that would be it educates workers on systemic racism, and it doesn't necessarily focus enough on what they say is mental health programs. So lawmakers such as Congresswoman Lucy McBath say, listen, my son was shot back in 2012 by a school shooter. We need programs like this. Here she is.
The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act has kept guns out of the hands of dangerous people like gun traffickers and domestic abusers. It has invested in improving mental health resources, both in our local schools and throughout all of our communities.
Okay, so Marquis, you have two sides of the story, right? You have Congresswoman McBath who says, listen, we need this in a post-pandemic world. This serves underserved communities. And then the other side of the story of the administration who says we are going to re-envision this. We are still going to support students in mental health in K through 12. We're going to do it in a different way. We just haven't heard exactly how they're going to do it and exactly how much money they're going to spend.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe.
Okay. So like I said, they're going to cut funding to these mental health programs in schools. Most of them are based on DEI. They're not even really based on real mental health. They're just kind of pocketing the money there. And then their only argument against it is this woman that's related to a school shooting. And that doesn't happen everywhere, thank God. It definitely doesn't happen every day. So what about like mental health problems that are kind of everyday problems and stuff? What about those people? They don't get help? Nah. Well, it sounds like the government's saving us $1 billion here. I wonder what they're gonna do with all this money that they're saving, right? Cutting USAID and all these other programs, all this nonsense. What are they gonna do with this extra money? Are they gonna find new ways to pocket it? They're gonna lower our taxes so we don't have to pay so much. I'm wondering what the end game is here. Either way, next up we got former FBI agent responds to The View over Trump in over his head comments. Now, this is related to the ABC interview that President Trump did. We covered that clip yesterday where President Trump and the reporter were arguing over what exactly is tattooed on Garcia's hands. And this news clip is, I think it's Fox News, but it's definitely a former FBI agent that are defending what President Trump is saying. Now, I think there was a misunderstanding. We all watched it yesterday. A lot of us were thinking that either the image President Trump had, he didn't realize that the MS-13 was not actually a tattoo, that was just added on there for context, or the information he was provided was inaccurate. We were kind of describing all of that. But they got an FBI agent on here saying, no, it does have a little M, a little S, a little 1, and a little 3 on his above the symbols on his hand, which I don't believe that at all. And I'm not really impressed that the news is trying to defend this moment in the interview. I think it's unnecessary, and I think it makes it all look bad. But either way, it's coming up next. First, we're going to read through the chat, see what you hooligans think about Waltz becoming the UN ambassador and Rubio becoming NSA, as well as federal government cutting $1 billion to schools' mental health funding. We can put this back on the screen. We can all wait for President Trump together. Anyways, ran through the chat. Russell, I really hate most media. Yeah, they spin everything. It's completely unnecessary. They love doing it, though. Russell, arresting people also keeps guns out of bad people's hands. Yeah, enforcing the laws we already have does wonders, but, you know, they got to actually do it. Yeah, 10-man, definitely write Alistair. You could write him on the website or send him an email. He likes to work on multiple ideas at once, so definitely let him know. Thank you for letting me know, Snooks. Snooks, that's true. I thought he had been fired. Talking about Waltz. Yeah, because the whole morning that's what the news was saying, but it was inaccurate, and I wonder if they were just... I'm inclined to believe that they were doing it intentionally. Delivering inaccurate information intentionally. Russell, Steve Ducey is stepping back a little from Fox News. Interesting. I wonder why. I wonder how long he's got until he can retire. I bet Peter's going to be there for a while. For the Texan, guns are banned in the UK. They're having knife crime epidemic. Crime finds a way. We actually have more killings by knife than by gun here in America, but they just don't talk about it. Ghostly, they're testing the waters. You can't trust what you see unless you see it in person with your own eyes, even when they ask you what you really saw. Well, the news definitely likes to spin things and make it so you can't trust anything. And when you get to that point, like we were talking about that during the first assassination attempt, is the news does a pretty good job of over-providing contradicting information. A story will break, everybody will learn about it, people will then pursue information, they will over-provide information, the information will contradict prior information, and you get to a point where you have so much information that doesn't make sense that you just stop caring about it. And then that's how they cover a lot of this shit up. It's because you just get to a point where everybody argues about it, nobody actually knows what's going on, and then everyone just stops caring about the story. What's up, Bill Clay? Happy freedom. Oh, fuck. I just clicked the wrong button. I hate when I do that. Try and read through the damn chat, not close them. Oh, Meta, you saw this morning's news too? Yeah. They love to lie and mislead people. What's up, Contempt? Happy freedom to you. Contempt, whether he had MS-13 on his hand or not, he's still legally a citizen of another country maintaining a legal status in the U.S. He should have been deported and it shouldn't have been a conversation anymore. Yeah, Contempt, you're absolutely right. What's up, Master Meatball? Happy freedom. What's up, neighbor guy? Happy freedom to you. More people are murdered by blunt objects than assault rifles. Yeah. Yep. I think peanuts kill more people than assault rifles. It's hard to say. What's up, Cheeky Chops? Happy freedom to you. What's up, Lone Wolf? Too many weak sheep? Yes. What's up, Michael? Happy freedom to you. Lone Wolf, they use cars in Europe. Yeah. Russell, tomorrow's Friday, right? Yes, it is. It is. Well, let's go ahead and move forward here. Obviously, we're waiting on President Trump. I'm sure he'll be on stage at some point, not too long from now. There is asses in the seats. I don't see too many people standing up anymore. There was a lot of people standing up, so I'm thinking it won't be too much longer, and President Trump will be on stage. I'm just going to go ahead and pull this over to the side here. If he gets on stage, we'll go ahead and put him on the screen. Otherwise, like I said, next up, we got the news. They're trying to cover for this situation that happened in the ABC interview with President Trump here. And they do show the picture. Okay, so anyways, before we get into this, I want to remind you hooligans really quick, if you'd like to participate in Free Speech Saturday, make sure you post all of your memes over on Discord or on jeffmaclive.com. Just hop in the group chats on either platform. You'll see the tabs labeled memes. Drop what you got and we'll shout you out as we're making Saturdays more fun. All right, like I said, this is an interesting video. These guys are sticking up for Trump. I don't think he was well informed on the situation of Garcia's hand tattoos. And like I said, they're going to show you a picture. And I think it's pretty obvious that he has symbols on his hands, not letters and numbers. And I really think somebody did not provide accurate information to President Trump. This caused a conflict in the middle of the interview. This is a controversial moment. The left took this moment to say President Trump is on the mental decline. I do not believe he's on mental decline. And for some reason, Fox News felt it was necessary to go and defend President Trump in this situation. I don't think it was necessary, and I think it hurts him overall. Either way, hit that like button over on Rumble as well as the CommiTube, and let's get into this.
On his knuckles, he had MS-13.
There's a dispute.
Wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshopped.
Do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture.
And you think it was Photoshopped? Well,
here we go.
Don't Photoshop it. Go look at his hand. He had MS-13.
He did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them. I want to turn to Ukraine.
No,
I want to get to Ukraine.
No. He had MS as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why people no longer believe the news.
All right, so things got tense last night during President Trump's first network interview since retaking office over this picture President Trump shared of Kilmar Abrego Garcia's tattoos. The photo is being challenged as edited. The characters MS-13 would appear to have been added on if you see the original image that was posted by El Salvador's president. The tattoos themselves are not there. So former FBI Special Agent Nicole Parker is here to shed some light on this. So I'm obviously being very careful with my words because the White House seems to be denying that those pictures were photoshopped, but it would quite clearly look like they were added on after the picture was provided by the El Salvadoran president. So you tell me what we're supposed to make of this. Obviously a point of contention in that interview last night.
Well, first of all, I obviously have not seen the original photo, so I'm not in a position to make an official statement. But what I can tell you, based on what I'm seeing and what I've observed, in that depiction of what you're seeing, obviously the first knuckle has marijuana, which is highly symbolic of drug use, drug affiliation, drug trafficking, which is what MS-13 is commonly involved in. Also, you see a knuckle that has a smiley face, and that is indicative also, that is seen in different MS-13 gang tattoos, that is almost mocking and making fun of death, of law enforcement. You also see a cross. And ironically, MS-13 gangs tend to sometimes mix violence with faith. They want a prayer of protection in the midst of protecting themselves as they are committing violent crimes and hurting others. And then, of course, you have the skull, which is symbolic of, death, intimidation, and fear. So regardless of, the semantics of it, those images and what I am seeing are, clear indicators of what you may see in an MS-13 gang tattoo. Obviously, there are different regions, there are different areas, there are different symbols that are used across different gangs. But this is something that in law enforcement, we do look at very closely. And Sandra, if you notice, it's a knuckle tattoo. That is a very clear indicator that they have no shame in being affiliated with this gang. That is a very strong outward demonstration of their commitment. Sometimes the tattoos are hidden by clothing, but this is a very clear statement that they have no problem and they are proud to be affiliated with this gang.
Okay.
And it just gets really redundant after that. Now, it's fine. I mean, whatever's whatever, things happen. I don't think it's really a big deal. But I think for them to go out there and go, yeah, well, the marijuana leaf is because of drug trafficking, and that's a drug, right? And there's drugs, and drugs are bad. So, that must mean he's MS-13. Did you see the smiley face? That's anti-cop. Smiley faces are anti-cop. Like, that is so unnecessary. I feel like that is so fucking unnecessary. They did not have to go out there and do that. I feel like that made it look worse. It was fine. He may have been confused. He may have been ill-informed. I don't know. Wasn't a big deal. We've all seen the tattoos. And fuck Garcia, right? He's never coming back, so it really doesn't matter. But to have Fox News come out here with former special agent Nicole Parker and have her just lay down the law on 4 goofy symbols that you've seen a million different times, it's too much. I think it's just too much. It's over the top. It's completely unnecessary. And I feel like when they come out and do that, it makes Trump look worse. They could have went out there and took the interviewers' side, and I think it would have been better than to go in here and go, no, Trump was right. There is a little M, there's a little S, there's a little 1 and a little 3. Like, stupid. That stuff was stupid. I don't know. They're trying to fight back against the liberals, but I don't even know what the point of that is. They're so unlikable. Liberals and Democrats are so unlikable. I just feel like, enjoy the win. Don't fight against this stupid shit that's on the internet. It's not worth it. Most people do not believe this nonsense. And I think most people saw that part of the interview and was like, oh well. I don't think it really mattered. But the lefties, like I said, they were trying to make claims that President Trump's losing his marbles. And so that's why he was confused by the situation. I guess Fox, they got butthurt about that. And they were like, we need to go defend the Orange Eagle. And it's like, no, I think that was too much. I don't think they needed to do that. Either way, next up, why U.S.-Ukraine minerals deal is a win-win. Yesterday, we were live so long that this happened while we were live, so I didn't have it on the schedule, so I put it on the schedule today. We'll be covering it next, but first we're going to hop in the chat, see what you hooligans think about Fox and Special Agent Nicole Parker defending President Trump because of a confused moment during an interview with ABC. Guess my Zoso tat must mean I'm LZ13. I know. She's like, they have hand tattoos that shows that they're not ashamed. I'm like, oh no, I'm not ashamed. Oh no, my shame. I don't know. That stuff is funny to me. Could be worse. 10 Man Plus, the piece of shit, is a woman beater. Yeah. We have the newest report release or whatever. There's multiple police reports against Garcia. He's a terrible person, and he's already gone, so they need to stop trying to bring him back. Jay Spray, the pot leaf represents drugs. Really? I know, that's what I mean. It's a little bit over the top. Russell, dude is an MS-13. Get over it. Yeah, for real. Guess Trump picked his nose, which is a clear threat of war against China. I saw that. 10-man Trump was confused about it. Yeah, I think that's what happened too. Man. Prove it. Snook says, my boobs say I'm a fine-ass woman. I believe you, Snooks. Jay Spray, I have a Panther tattoo, so I'm a Black Panther member. I didn't know. Glad to have you, Jay Spray. Didn't realize. Screaming Eagle Dems are always on the wrong side of history. Every chance they can get. Metal Mouse, she's the kind of woman I refer to as more tits than talent. Well, at least she's got that, you know. She could be built like KJP and just a mess. Stoner shame, that's right. What's up, Plastic Quack? Happy Freedom. Obviously, we're just waiting for President Trump to get on stage. If it takes too long, we'll move forward. I'm thinking it ain't gonna be too much longer, though. Cody, fuck them. So over the Dems media play, it's weak. It is weak. Plastic Quack, Jeff's gangster because his knuckle tats. You know what's funny? I've been asked a couple times what prison I went to. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I got their music notes. That's not that hardcore. Like, it's not. J-Dog, what does your knuckles mean? Oh, yeah, that's what they mean. It's the scale. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Ugh. And then my self-made knuckles. And then I got my money counter. Right there. Bam. Counting that dough. Master. That's other stuff. That's other stuff. But more tattoos to come when I get more time and money and, you know, the news calms down, which hasn't happened in 5 years, but we'll see how it goes. None of them out. So the asshole got promoted instead of resigning? Yes. Screaming Eagle. I guess, man. I can't even. You should have. I would come back and say that on Saturday so I can read that out loud. That is something else. Tree herder, I have a bunch of nails tattooed on my knuckles. Fingernails. Hardcore tree herder. Happy freedom to you. Metal mouth with or without lube. I know. I want to hear more. I want to hear more. Well, thank you, Snooks. Guess I have a do not enter tattoo on my ass that needs no translation. Well, hopefully they speak English, everyone that sees that. What's up, Blue Irish? Happy freedom. Meta, Trump's ego got him in trouble this time. Truly, it's stupid. This is not going to matter in 10 years. It's not going to matter in 10 weeks. I mean, most people forget things in 3 to 4 weeks. So, yeah, you're right. It's really not that big of a deal. Master Meatball, we should have a Tats for Jeff fundraiser. We were raising funds for a second there to get the hooligan badge. But I can't remember, something happened. I don't know if it was when I got demonetized or I smoked the deer. Or sometimes big bad things happen to me. But we were raising money for a little bit there. I think we raised like $20. Master Meatball envisioning a list on his ass in 30 languages. No entry. Yeah, Master Meatball, I know. I decided to put it down. I was going to say, you know, what if they don't speak English? What if you get attacked by somebody who only speaks Spanish? They'd be like, I don't know what this says, as they're pulling your pants off. So, oh no. What's up, Cinderella? Happy freedom. What's up, Godzilla? Happy freedom to you. What's up, Peter? Lone Wolf, what's your gang affiliation? No, we don't do gangs around here. The Hooligans are a family. Oh, that's an awesome idea. Proud Patriot Girly. Plastic Whack, next I'm getting your name on my ass. That's always a fan favorite for sure. Anything to pull your ass out, I know. Anyways, we're going to go ahead and move forward here. Still waiting on President Trump. This next one's titled, Why U.S.-Ukraine Minerals Deal is a Win-Win. Now, this is from yesterday, but we didn't get a chance to cover it. So we're going to just do thing now. Anyways, hit that like button over on Rumble as well as the CommiTube. And let's get into this.
And this is a Fox News alert. Major breaking news out of Washington tonight, where the U.S. Treasury Department just announced the creation of the United States-Ukraine Reconstruction Investment Fund. Now, this is part of that Ukraine minerals deal that the administration has been working on for months. And here with the details is the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, is with us. Scott, thank you for being with us. Appreciate it. This is a big deal. It's good for America. It's good for Ukraine. I believe it also will be good for Europe in a lot of ways. And tell us the details of that.
Sean, it's a great deal. Thanks for having me on tonight. And look, this is President Trump's deal, that he's done trade deals, tax deals, and now we've got this Ukrainian American economic partnership deal, and it's win-win. It is a way to show that there's no daylight between Ukraine and U.S. as President Trump presses to end this horrible war. He wants both sides to come to the table now by showing that the U.S. has an economic interest in Ukraine. It's a signal to the Russian leadership. It's also a signal to the American people that we have a chance to participate, get some of the funding and the weapons, compensation for those, and be partners with the success of the Ukraine people, bring American know-how, best practices to the rebuilt Ukraine. But the rebuilding can't stop until this war ends, and President Trump is committed to that.
Well, I think the world should be applauding it, and the president expressed cautious optimism earlier today. Let's talk about the state of these trade deals with...
Okay. Talking about this minerals deal with us and Ukraine. 2 weeks ago, President Trump said that we would be signing a minerals deal with Russia and Ukraine. Haven't heard an update about what was happening with Russia. They were supposed to sign it last Thursday. For whatever reason, that did not happen. They didn't say why. It was like a week in advance. They were saying, oh, next Thursday. Next Thursday came and went. Now, yesterday they did the minerals deal with Ukraine, which is fine. But at the time when it originally got brought up and Zelensky was at the White House, there was a lot of people who didn't want the minerals deal to happen because that means that we're going to be over there, that we're going to be constantly dealing with Ukraine, and they're not the greatest over there. They're super corrupt and all of that. Then, like I said, President Trump mentioned a minerals deal with Russia. So that'll be interesting to see how all of that goes. I don't know what minerals they have that we really want to get our hands on, but they claim it's a win-win. Next up, follow-up video. 11 high school lacrosse players turned themselves into police over alleged hazing incident. We covered this yesterday. I want to say there was 5 lacrosse players that were being victimized. One of them was kidnapped. The players that were hosting this hazing, one of them had a handgun. The other one had a knife. This is like supposed. They haven't really confirmed this. But they were intimidating these 5 other players, these younger players. 4 of them escaped. One of them got kidnapped. And the police were negotiating with these idiots, claiming that they'd have to turn themselves in to face minor charges like misdemeanors. And if they didn't, if they had to go in and get them by force, that they'd be facing felonies. I don't know why they even negotiated with them, but we got a follow-up. It's coming up next. But first, we're going to read through the chat, see what you hooligans think about this U.S.-Ukraine minerals deal. What's up, Sam? Happy freedom to you. Ukrainium? Yeah, J-Spray. That's what we're there to get, all the Ukrainium. Russell, this is a good deal that can get minerals that we need. Well, as long as we get it for a deal, it'll be worth it. I'm gonna have to close the slider. You hear those kids outside? Jay Spray, I need to get a new tattoo. Haven't got one in 20 years. Yeah, it's about time. I feel like it's a pain in the ass to get tattoos. At least it is around here. You got to schedule like 3 months out. They want $200 for like a word, and I don't know. It always seems to be a pain in the ass. There's so many tattoos I want to get though. What's up, Film What Matters? Happy Freedom. Film What Matters on YouTube. The audio cuts in and out and has been doing that every day. Could it be on purpose? Anyone else having that issue? No problem on Rumble. Just found it weird. Interesting, Film What Matters. You're the first person to tell me, and you're telling me from Rumble. No, I did not know that was happening. I don't know what that's about. Maybe other people will come forth now that you have. What's up, Time Traveler? Happy Freedom to you. What's up, 8Co? Happy Freedom to you. Zero rebuilding. Are we going to pay for that too? Probably. Appeal to heaven. I just have one tattoo. New York or NY for the Yankees. Yeah, I've seen that a couple times. Time Traveler, do they have an app? Rumble does have an app, but sometimes I think it's just better to use the website. I do not know why I can't talk right now. What the hell? Cannot clear my throat. The kids got all quiet outside. I think they thought I was being mad at them for being loud. Either way. Time Traveler, yeah, Rumble does have an app, but I haven't had the greatest experience with it. I just use the app for notifications, but I use the website to actually watch videos on Rumble. Yeah, Free Thinking Text. I try to be nice about it because Rumble is cool with us, but yeah, their app needs work. What's up, Tori Wayne? Happy Freedom. My tats are small, but cost like $90. This was back in 09 and 13. Yeah, it depends where you go. Up here, it's a $200 minimum. So if you wanted to get, something the size of a quarter tattooed on you, you're paying $200. Sam, are you talking about Stephen Miller? We have 2 clips from today's press briefing. I'm not sure if they talk about the MS-13 gang member. No, they defend tariffs and they talk crap about Hyena Harris getting on stage and speaking yesterday. Okay. Snugs, drink some Diablo sauce. Yeah, that's what I need. That's badass. Get some. That tattoo's way cooler than I thought. Yeah, Sam, that's Stephen Miller. Shrimish, you never have problems with the Rumble app? It's been a little while since I've tried it. I should give it another shot. Meta, Trump is fine. He is alert and just stated that what he saw, that's all the Dems got to pick on. Yeah. Well, leading up to inauguration, they were claiming that he was wobbly and bobbly and smells bad and has Alzheimer's and all this stuff. They couldn't see Biden having a mental decline, though, so, not exactly worth taking advice from those people. Contempt audio sounds normal on my YouTube using mobile. Should try a different browser or device. Yeah. That's what I was saying. I haven't heard anybody say anything was wrong with YouTube. Do you hear these kids? I mean, it's better than they're staring at an iPad, but I'm going to have to close the slider. Prop Patriot, you got 12 tattoos so far? You got me beat. I got 5. I don't know. Do I count each finger? It depends. Depends how I count them. What's up, Phillips? Happy Freedom to you. Godzilla, no tats here. Figure I'm only renting this. Yeah, not everybody's a fan of tattoos. I don't know why the kids are barking outside. Don't they know there's Haitians out there? You don't want to be barking like a dog. Not until we get these mass deportations rolling. Information warlord, you're getting freezing on Rumble. See, that's what a lot of people have been saying for like 3 days now. Guess I'm. Well, you know, I wasn't judging. I was just very nice tattoo. Tori Wayne, Taco Bell's Diablo sauce is my fave. It's best on their breakfast burritos. I've never actually had their breakfast burritos, but I put Diablo on everything. I got 2 freezer bags full now. Russell, you got a chicken hawk tattoo? Henry the Chicken Hawk? I don't know what that is. I'm going to regret this search, but let's see what it is. This guy? That's racist, Russell. Look at this. You get the t-shirt. Okay. Well, President Trump's not on stage yet, so we'll go ahead and move forward here. As soon as he steps on stage, I'm going to close that slider. I'm going to have these kids screaming at me all damn day. Like I said, this next one is a follow-up video. It's titled 11 High School Lacrosse Players Turn Themselves into Police Over Alleged Hazing Incident. Now, before we get into this, I want to remind you hooligans really quick, if you would like to join the membership program over on Rumble, all you have to do is click that big red subscribe button right below where you type in the chat. Now, if you're on Android and using the Rumble app, you're unable to see that big red subscribe button. So you got to go to rumble.com, come to the live, hop in the chat, and like I said, right below where you type in the chat, you will see that big red subscribe button. Click that button and jump through the hoops, and your name will be highlighted as an official Rumble hooligan. You'll have access to our custom emojis. We got chapstick emojis, scream and goat emojis, Klaus Daniels emojis, President Trump emojis, and more. It's a lot of fun during the live, especially during a Trump live, so definitely go join the membership program over on Rumble. Let's get this pulled up. This is our follow-up video. I think they let these kids off easy. They should give them all kidnapping charges. Anyways, hit that like button if you haven't done so already, and let's get into this.
11 high school students in Syracuse, New York turned themselves in after an alleged hazing incident involving their lacrosse team and after the local district attorney threatened criminal charges against them for kidnapping one of the alleged victims. Tom Hansen has our story.
And this is hazing on steroids, okay?
The hazing incident involving members of the West Hill High School lacrosse team allegedly unfolded 1 week ago. According to the Onondaga County DA, at least 11 students decided to play a prank on some of their younger teammates and allegedly successfully kidnapped one of them after others escaped.
They were armed with what appeared to be at least one handgun and at least one knife. The individual had a pillowcase placed over his head. He was tied up and placed in the trunk of a car.
The DA said the purported victim was eventually returned home. Law enforcement had ordered the alleged perpetrators to turn themselves in by the end of the day today, and they all did so yesterday. In a statement, the school superintendent said he'd decided to cancel the remainder of the varsity lacrosse team season, adding that even though the majority of the team was not involved in the incident, the district needed to address the culture of the program.
It's traumatic.
Keenan Lewis is a West Hill High School parent whose son plays varsity basketball.
Do you think that it was the right move for the school to cancel the rest of the season?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a necessity to send a strong message across all sports in Central New York, Syracuse, New York, that anything like this will not be tolerated.
Now, the DA said that if the involved students turn themselves in, they would receive appearance tickets for misdemeanor unlawful imprisonment. That's opposed to the felony charges they could have been facing. The DA went on to say that those charges might not end up on their criminal records down the road. Now, we spoke to one of the lawyers who represents some of the kids who did turn themselves in, and he told us in part these young men deeply regret their involvement in what began as a misguided attempt at a prank. Gail.
Prank gone way awry. I hope that student is not going to be too traumatized. Thank you very much, Tom. I'm glad he's going to be physically okay.
I don't know. I still think that they were too soft on those kids. They kidnapped. Well, they were gonna kidnap 5 students, and they only successfully kidnapped 1. They're having charges pressed against them, but they're not being kicked out of school. That doesn't make sense. It seems like they should be expelled. They were trying to abduct their classmates. Like, I don't get that. I don't get that at all. I don't know. They'd be getting their ass whooped if I was in school. That's how it would be. We didn't do stupid shit like that. We did stupid shit when I was in school, but we didn't try and like abduct our classmates. I don't know about all that. I think they're too soft on those people out there. Either way, if President Trump gets on stage, then we'll go ahead and put him on the full screen. Otherwise, next up we have 2 videos from the press briefing earlier today. Both of them are with Stephen Miller. First one's titled, Stephen Miller defends Trump's comments about buying fewer dolls due to rising prices. Obviously, this is about tariffs. The second video is titled, Stephen Miller on Kamala Harris comeback speech. Now, there was a lot of opportunity to put Hyena Harris on the live today, but I decided against it. I didn't want to hear her cackling bullshit, and I figured you guys didn't want to hear it either. But we're going to hear Stephen Miller trash talk her. It's coming up next, but first we're going to read through the chat, see what you Hooligans think about this follow-up video on the 11 high school lacrosse players that were supposedly hazing these 5 other students. Russell, the gun was fake. The victim even said that it had an orange tip. Yeah, but it doesn't really make a difference. If you go, Jesus loves this guy some. If you go into a gas station and you point a gun at somebody, even if you just do this, you just point your fingers at somebody, you say, give me all the money, they will give you armed robbery charges. Just the fact that you're trying to bring something that looks like a firearm into the situation usually escalates the crime, even if it's not factually a firearm. So I still think that like trying to intimidate your classmates and abducting them is too much. It is just too much. Yeah, 10 man, that's kind of what I was saying, but I was trying not to make it so obvious. But yeah, she was there and she had stains on her back. Russell, snipe hunting is great. Yeah. Here, Juicer, all he did was stick a gun in your face, you snitch ass baby. Yeah, here, Juicer. I don't know. I think it's funny. I also think that there's details being left out of this story. It seems like there would be more than just abducting these kids, taking them out to the woods and scaring them. Josh 1776. Why are they interviewing a random parent? He had something to say, I guess. Guess I'm gonna know what happened in the woods. Nah, you don't. You probably don't. Lone Wolf. Yeah, President Trump is going to speak anytime now. Once again, the event we're waiting for is called President Trump Gives Commencement Address at University of Alabama. So we're just waiting for that to start. It was supposed to start about an hour ago. I don't think it'll be much longer, though. We watched President Trump land in, what do they call it? Marine One, I think it's called, the helicopter. And so he's probably doing interviews and, all the stuff he does behind the scenes leading up to rallies and public speeches and all of that, shaking hands and all of that. So I imagine it won't be too much longer. What's up, Mike T? Happy freedom. Appeal to heaven, nothing on the Carmelo Anthony case. Nope. Carmelo Anthony is laying low right now. They got their $500,000. That last little press briefing thing didn't go well. Right? They kicked out Matt Kelf's father, the father of the victim who was stabbed to death, stabbed in his heart and died. That's about it, though. Trying to think. I haven't heard anything. I'll look into it, but as far as I know, there hasn't been any activity. I bet that they're just waiting for the court, like whenever the court date is supposed to be. Screaming Eagle, if you imply that you have a gun, that's a gun charge. Yep. Free the Texan, I've seen people with BB guns get felonies. Yeah. I watched somebody who had an airsoft gun that just shoots a plastic BBs and stuff get in trouble for concealing a weapon in his vehicle. And it was just a stupid airsoft gun. Bill Clay, if you want to haze them, make them watch a Kamala Harris speech. Or is that too much? I mean, it's pushing it. Cruel and unusual punishment. I'm pretty sure we have a right that's against that. Time Traveler, the weed abducted me. Yeah. Could you imagine if that's what it was? They all got caught smoking weed. He was like, nah, my classmates, they abducted me. They made me smoke that weed. Maybe that's the part they're leaving out. Met them out. They should be put in with the roughest and toughest criminals for a week like they did in the Scared Straight program. Yeah, that'd straighten them out. Meta, where's the big fat handsome Klaus Daniels? Oh, he's sitting right here. Yes. What's up, big beefy? You look like you got attitude. You got attitude today? You a good boy. You a good boy. He just got done eating. So I'm going to bother him. Us men, we like that. We like to be bothered right after we're done eating. Meta. Is CA Canada or is it California? I can't remember. Either way, there's no difference between a real firearm and, say, a pellet gun. Exhibition of a deadly weapon charge here, among others, like abduction. Yeah. It doesn't sound like they're going to get anything related to the gun. Contempt. I'm not sure what you're referencing, Contempt. Oh, it's Foghorn Leghorn's kid? Yeah. I didn't realize his name. I knew who it was as soon as I saw it, but I didn't realize it was Foghorn Leghorn's kid necessarily. I just remember him from the cartoon. Lisa, 8 p.m. I don't know. Oh, they're saying it's going to start at 8? Okay, well, good. We're not going to sit here and wait for it then. Thank you for pointing that out. Looks like the Charlie Kirk event is over too. Good. That will make things easier. Give me a second here to update this. Good. So like I said, we got 2 clips from the press briefing earlier today. We're still reading through, but it's coming up. So Corey Luca, happy freedom. Corey Luca, Glenn on vacation this week, has his old radio show friends, Big Mike's podcast. He blew her cover. No, it's taken out of context. I was gonna play that video too, but this is the situations I get in. There's a clip of Big Mike. Let me find it. It didn't end up being today's funny video, did it? No. Let me see. I got it pulled up. And everybody's seen this, and conservatives are pushing this like it's the real thing, and all this stuff, and it's a bunch of lying. But if I call it out as lying, then I'm a bastard because I'm not going along with what everybody else is saying, and I hate that. I wish people weren't like that, but they are. This is the clip that's being referenced right here, and I'm pretty sure this is Michael Obama admitting to being a man. Now, there is community notes all over X that is just butchering these videos because it's being taken out of context. Obama here is speaking on behalf of some other trans kid, like putting themselves in their shoes and speaking as if they were that kid. And that's why it says, as a man, as you're about to hear, That's why. Now, this clip is taken out of context. Now, again, when they do that to Trump, everybody's mad. When they do it to Michael Obama, everybody acts like it's the truth. Okay, the reality is that this person did not admit to being a man, even though we all know it's a man. This is a clip being taken out of context. We're going to play it really quick.
No, just so proud of how you are being a role model for dealing with a child that's transgender.
Absolutely.
And that's, that warms my heart, particularly as a Black man. Would you care to share that journey? No, just so.
Okay, and then they cut it right there. So you only got that to work with. Now, it does seem like an admission of being a Black man and all of that, which we already know it is. But it's not actually what's happening. So just to make things funnier, let me see where it's at. Boom. Right here. This is the good one. We're getting a free funny video of the day here. So just hold on.
You are being a role model for dealing with a child that's transgender. Absolutely. And that's, that warms my heart, particularly as a Black man.
Okay. So yeah, don't be fooled by the fun stuff. It's fun, but no, the community notes are calling it out. It's saying no, it's not Michelle Obama officially coming out as a man. We knew it, but no, it's not time yet. It's a false flag. It's not real. It's taken out of context. So yeah, don't fall for it. But I know there's conservatives out there that are pushing it, and I don't know if that's grifting or not. Don't leave it up to me to call people names. I don't give a shit about any of that. I just like being honest in my beliefs, and what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong, and that's it. And so I don't know, but no, it's not real. It's not real yet. We know the truth, but the truth hasn't come out yet. Mohap, yeah, 10 man. Russell, everything can be taken out of context, yeah. Just reading through and we'll get on to this next one. Thank you so much, Get Some, for that $10 donation over on Rumble. Really appreciate you, Get Some. Thank you so much. It says, for not knowing Kamala or Quirky Mark guy. Yeah, the Quickie Mark guy. What's his name? Shri. You know Shri? Huh? Poor Klaus. He can't even open his eyes. He's like, I'm trying to nap. You asking me about crazy Indian people in Michigan? Yeah. That's all right. Muscle Mike, yeah, Appeal to Heaven. I saw that video and I thought really long and hard about it. And I was like, that might be the funny video of the day. But I think I found something better. Appeal to Heaven, Big Mike, so disgusting. Yes. Screaming Eagle, Big Mike gave a speech? But no, not necessarily. Yeah, Free Thinker Texan, they cut it short. It's fun though. It's fun. I'm not saying it's not funny. It's funny. It's just the truth hasn't come out yet. Thank you, Shumish. I always get that confused. Metal Mouth, forcing someone to watch Kamala Harris' speech is tantamount to torture. It is. It's worse than nails on a chalkboard. It's worse than hearing the sink drip while you're trying to sleep. Free the Text and My Pillow Guy is selling energy drinks now. I don't know anything about it. I noticed it yesterday, I think it was, when we were waiting for President Trump to come out. I think it was yesterday. I don't know what's going on with the energy drink stuff. I don't think energy drinks are good for anybody. I've been trying like hell to get away from Monsters. What's up, Rappy? Happy Freedom. One of my classes is like, don't fuck with me. I just got done eating. I wouldn't mess with you when you got done eating. I know. Such an ass. What's up, Neon Love Machine? Happy Freedom to you. Guess you thought long and hard. I got concerns. I was just thinking. I wasn't looking or stroking or any of that. Lisa, he don't need no damn energy drinks. Yeah, Mike Lindell making energy drinks is kind of funny because he always talks about his like bad coke and crack habit and all this stuff. And it used to be real crazy. Back in like 2019 when we were doing Trump rallies, and it was like my first time really doing anything with politics because we had just been covering dusty ass drug addicted protesters and shit. And so we started covering these Trump rallies, and I don't even remember who the reporters were anymore back then because they've had like second, third generation staff at this point. But the first couple ladies they had, and they had Brian. Brian was one of the first reporters too. But I remember them standing at Trump rally, and they're like, "Oh, hey, it's Mike Lindell. Yeah, come on, Mike, get on the mic." And he'd get the microphone and be like, "What's up, everybody?" Blah blah blah. And then they'd be asking him questions. He's like, "Oh, I was a terrible drug addict. Oh yeah, I mean, just spending every dollar I had, just getting annihilated and like all this stuff." And it's like, "Yo, buddy." He's like, "But I found God though. It's fine now. I found God. But man, I'd stay up for 8 days straight, high as fuck." And it's like, dude. I'm glad that you found your way, man, but going up there and kind of just boasting about how bad of a drug addict you were, like, I don't know. And it always makes me feel weird because, like, when I was a chaplain, I was around a lot of religious people all the time, and a lot of religious people are like that. They're like, "Oh, what's your," I don't even remember what it's called, like, "What's your story," or whatever. And I'd be like, "What do you mean?" And they'd be like, "Well, what brought you to God?" I don't know. I needed it in my life. And they were like, "Oh, okay. You want to hear my story?" And I'm like, "I guess." "Well, I had 13 abortions. I was smoking crack and drinking alcohol while I was pregnant and blah, blah, blah." I'm like, "Holy fuck." And they're like, "Yeah, but that's what brought me to God." That is fantastic. And then I would watch them go from me to another person, go, "Hey, do you want to hear my story?" And tell the same terrible story. And they just walk around from person to person telling everyone that terrible story because that's what got them to God. I'm like, holy shit, I don't know, I don't move like that, but there's a lot of religious people that do, and a lot of them are based around abortion, which is really fucking weird. But anyways, nonetheless, reading through them, we're getting onto the press briefing clips we have. Agent O, his dealer gave him an intervention. Well, he needed it. Amazing disgrace. My cat always messes with me while I'm eating. Klaus Daniels doesn't. He doesn't really mess with me. He messes with me when I'm live. That's about it. Corey Luca, check out the Uncle Obama song. What a jam. Oh, dang. I can't wait to check this out. I got like a little playlist started from random songs you guys have advised to me over the last year or so. What's up, Vinny C? Happy Freedom. XYZ, Mike was trolling. Could have been. Could have been. Tactical, happy freedom to you. No audio issues on YouTube. Thank you for letting me know. What's up, Visions? Happy freedom. What's up, Wayward? Happy freedom to you. I skipped the afternoon monster today. Golly, I'm tired. My eyes feel like I'm on drugs. Man, I used to feel like that too. I was drinking like 6 monsters a day. By the end of the day, everything just tasted metallic. It just tastes like I was walking around with change in my mouth. I don't know. Those monsters are not good for you, and it's so hard to get away from them because you got to drink like 6 coffees to even kind of sort of feel the same way. I don't know. Got to get away from those energy drinks, though. They are not good. All right, hooligans, let's get into this. Like I said, we got 2 clips from the press briefing earlier today. First one is, well, they're both Stephen Miller, but the first one's titled, Stephen Miller defends Trump's comments about buying fewer dolls due to rising prices. Obviously, this is about tariffs. The news loves demonizing President Trump over the tariffs. They're not going to say sorry once America, gets back on track. We got manufacturing here and we got lower prices because everything's made in America. We're not going to hear any sorries, but man, we'll be hearing the complaining for the next year. I know that. Hit that like button over on Rumble as well as the CommiTube, and let's get into this.
Country.
Awesome. Thank you. Peter, we'll take a couple more questions.
A couple questions on Doge, of course, because that's the topic that you're here to speak about. But I want to ask you one other question about the topic of prices. We heard from the president on this just yesterday, right now, on prices and the risk that there could be some short-term, as he said, shortages. He was referring specifically to dolls. What do you tell Americans right now, Stephen, who say they can't afford to, in the president's words, be patient. Americans who voted for President Trump on his promise that he would lower prices across the board on day one.
But he did lower prices across the board on day one.
Well, grocery prices last month went up 0.4%, of course. So I mean, just across the board, not exclusively eggs.
Inflation, as you would acknowledge, is down substantially. Gas prices are down substantially. The new GDP report showed a 22% record increase in investment in the United States of America. So all of the, and don't even, egg prices, of course, which was all you guys talked about for a few days, I think are down like 80%. The reality is that we can either surrender economically to China, or we can reclaim and reshore our manufacturing base and our industrial needs. And it's not just China. In the event of any national emergency, this is the president's first duty as commander-in-chief. In the event of any national emergency, we cannot be reliant on foreign countries for steel, aluminum, energy, technology, any of the essential components that we need to keep this country running. He is fulfilling his duty as commander-in-chief that every president before him had failed to fulfill or even actively betrayed. And despite inheriting all of this, as I mentioned, inflation down, jobs up, and particularly, by the way, jobs for American workers. So for the first time, you look at these jobs reports, the government workers are going down, which artificially, of course, increased previous job totals. The employment of non-citizens is going down. The employment of American citizens is exploding. Remember, all the job gains during the Biden administration, so-called gains, on net were for foreign workers. So if you look at the stock of American workers over his whole administration, they lost jobs on net. So if you're an American worker, you lived through 4 years of a Biden depression. That was the economic reality that now that President Trump is rescuing. And again, if you make your product in America, there's no tariff. And as we develop advanced manufacturing techniques, increased AI, increased robotics, it'll be cheaper and cheaper and cheaper to manufacture in America.
But to be clear, you said that prices have gone down across the board. The president himself acknowledged that on toys you may end up paying, on dolls he was referring to, you may end up paying a little bit more right now. So in terms of...
He was making the point that I think almost every American consumer agrees with. If they had a choice between and I'm a parent of young children, you had a choice between a doll from China that might have, say, lead paint in it, that is not as well constructed as a doll made in America that has a higher environmental and regulatory standard and that is made to a higher degree of quality. And those two products are both on Amazon, that yes, you probably would be willing to pay more for a better made American product. But here's the key point. With the tax cuts, the regulation cuts, the energy price decrease, and everything else that President Trump is doing to unleash this era of American prosperity and prevent the road we were on to get off that road of financial ruin and doom, means that it will be cheaper than ever to make and manufacture in America. I think that answers your question.
So I'm going to do one more. Stephen, can I just... Can I ask the Doge?
Okay, Stephen Miller laying down the law there. He's very matter of fact, and I like that. I like that he's got all the details. He knows what he's talking about. He's not just spewing bullshit and using word filler like Hyena Harris or KJP or any of those kind of people. He's very matter of fact, and I like that. This scares the press. They don't like tangoing with Stephen Miller there. He's not messing around. Now, when I first saw him, I thought he was some flamboyant douche. I didn't know who he was, but every time I hear him speak, I'm like, nah, this guy, he definitely knows what he's talking about. We're going to hop right into the second clip, again, from the press briefing earlier today. This is Stephen Miller on Kamala Harris's comeback speech. We're gonna survive this, and then we're gonna hop in the chat, see what you hooligans think about today's press briefing.
Last night, Kamala Harris delivered her first major speech after losing the election. She attacked Trump personally, attacked the policies. Any comment from the White House on that?
Well, I think it was a great reminder to the American people of just how blessed we all are that the leader sitting in the Oval Office today is President Donald Trump and not President Kamala Harris. It was a helpful reminder of just what a travesty and a tragedy that would have been. It would have been the end of America. And it gives me a chance to bring this whole thing home. If we continued on this road of radical regulation, choking off American energy, sending our supply chains to foreign countries, taxing our economy to death, pushing this cancerous woke ideology on our children ending merit, ending scientific innovation, ending public safety, allowing, everyone goes to the stores these days, everything's locked up, criminals roam free, law-abiding citizens under the previous administration were punished while gangbangers were given red carpet treatment. Democrats, of course, are still giving gangbangers red carpet treatment. And then the border invasion. If those policies had continued, it would have been the end of the American Republic. And the only thing Americans want to hear from Kamala Harris is an apology for joining Joe Biden, and remember, she was the border czar, joining Joe Biden in aiding and abetting the invasion of our country. And we're never going to stop talking about this, because what they did to this country is unforgivable. It is an eternal stain on the Democrat Party. Every day we read another story. Every day we arrest another alien they let into this country who raped a child, who beat a woman within an inch of her life, who murdered a mom, who murdered a dad, who trafficked drugs into this country, who trafficked fentanyl into this country, who are responsible for dead and slaughtered Americans. And I don't know what's broken in the Washington press corps, that none of that moves them emotionally. The only thing that gets them exercised is, do we need to have more trials for terrorist supporters? We need to have more trials for gangbangers. We need to have more trials for illegal alien invaders, even though Congress and the Constitution clearly say that you can expel invaders and illegal aliens quickly, efficiently, and properly.
Like I'm saying, Stephen Miller letting them have it. Between Caroline Leavitt and Stephen Miller, I bet the whole room went home butthurt that day. Got a nice reaming. They're not used to that. They're used to the spin, spin, spin. Either way, good stuff coming out of the White House today. That was from, like I said, the press briefing from earlier today. I wish they'd wait a little bit. 8:30 in the morning is too damn early to be doing press briefings. I mean, yeah, here on the East Coast it ain't that bad, but over on the left coast, like I'm saying, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. Those are the people that need to hear the shit. We all know what's going on over here. On the left coast, they need to know. They need to know what's going on. They're the ones that are believing the lies from CNN, MSNBC, and all those other blue news channels. It's California and Oregon and all those places. And at 4 o'clock in the morning, they're not getting up to watch a press briefing. I mean, they probably wouldn't watch it if it came on at noon. But I don't know. 8:30 is pretty early. Anyways, next up, we got another video from earlier today. It's titled, "We're Not Going to Forget About God. Trump Pledges to Keep the Faith in Major Upcoming Events." Now, like I said, this is from earlier today. Other news channels were not excited about this video clip that we're going to play. Newsweek titled the same clip as Trump says to forget about separation of church and state for the faith office. So they're trying to, basically say that President Trump is pushing God onto Americans. That you don't have the freedom of religion anymore. You need to just love capital G God, and that's all you get. Now, that's not what's happening, but fake news will be fake news. It's coming up next, but first we're going to read through the chat, see what you hooligans think about the press briefing that happened earlier today. Sam, he went ham on their asses. He did. He was letting them have it. Thank you for letting me know here, Juicer. I will check it right after the live. Let's see. Also, Hair Juicer, where did you send me those videos about the Angle Gang cult, whatever? I was trying to watch those videos. I couldn't figure out where you sent them or tagged me in them. I couldn't find them anywhere. J Spray, they're not used to that verbal reaming. Nah, they're not. Tomorrow they'll show up lubed up and ready to grab their ankles. Drive safe, 10 man. Russell, I want to send him a tub of floor wax to polish that dome. I mean, at least he's out there rocking it, A lot of people, they lose their hair up top and then they start wearing hats and stuff. I'll never be that way. I get too hot. I can't handle wearing hats. I'll never look like Tim Pool. But a lot of dudes do. A lot of dudes are losing their fur up top and then they want to cover it. Stephen Miller, he don't care. He's like, look at yourself. Look how dumb you look right now. I don't know. He cracks me up. Sam, Miller tears their buttholes harshly. He does. He's not forgiving about it. Russell, make lead paint great again. Yep. Oh, I see here, Juicer. Did you just post that in the general chat, or was it back when we were talking about it? Because I've been trying to watch those videos, but I couldn't figure out where they were. Jay Spray, I have a full head of hair and wear a hat 24/7. Yeah, but you're not wearing a hat as like a, what do they call it? Like a crutch. You know, you're not doing it as a crutch. You're just rocking a hat because you like it. Guess I might have a lot of hair, all gray. I got silver hair, but you can't see it. The camera doesn't pick it up like this. It looks like I'm bald right here. It's a silver stripe, but the camera just does. It just makes me look balder than I am. I don't know. Just know I'm full of testosterone. Just know that. Bill Clay, some people were still hungover when the press briefing came on. Yeah, for real. Thank you so much, Lone Wolf, for that $20 donation over on Rumble. Really appreciate you, Lone Wolf. Thank you so much. Says, appreciate you, Jeff, always being here for us hooligans. Thank you, Lone Wolf. Screaming Eagle, Stephen Miller lied to Trump in the cabinet meeting. Look it up. Can I have more context just in case I have trouble finding it? Because I have to stop the whole show to look it up. Rappy, he was on fire. Yeah, Stephen Miller was kicking ass today. My feed, happy freedom to you. Appeal to heaven. Like when I shave my head, I can't get it that shiny. It's like looking in a mirror. They make product to put like on your bald ass head, and it's kind of like you see people with the curly mustaches. They got beard products and stuff. I don't have either, so if you can't tell, but they do make product for your like chrome dome piece, you know, and maybe he uses it. He could afford it. Sir, I don't see Simon in the room. Simon's an anti-Trumper. Simon Atiba, or at least he was. I haven't seen him in a while, but he was like becoming like a hardcore anti-Trumper leading up to the election. And I haven't noticed him in the press briefing rooms either. Metalmouth, I told you before, the liberals don't need an excuse to bitch about shit. You're not wrong. They're always mad. Even when they got nothing to be mad about. Metalmouth, I wear a hat to protect that landing strip on the back of my head from getting sunburnt. Yeah, that makes sense. I wear hats when I go outside if it's like that. If I'm floating down the river or I'm disc golfing or something like that, I'll rock a hat. I'll be sweating to death. I'll look like I'm having a medical emergency. But it's better than being sunburnt. I can't handle being sunburnt. Bill Clay, grow your dreads back. It's only going to be up in the middle. We were talking, I can't remember what we were calling it. A dread hawk or something like that. Mike T, hair in a can, please don't sweat. I've seen a lot of dudes doing that. I don't know why they do that. They like spray paint their hairline and stuff. Like, I don't know. What's up, Simply Witchy? Happy freedom to you. Keeps it from looking dry and scaly. Yeah. Simply Witch. Oh, you bought the stuff I'm talking about to put on your dad's head after he shaves it? Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to walk around flaking on people, I guess. I don't know. Those are problems I didn't know I was going to have to worry about, but we'll see. Meta spared the cackling bitch. Awesome. Yeah, I just didn't feel like listening to Harris today. I mean, Stephen Miller smoked her. He smoked her, but we didn't even have to hear her. Contempt. I got people getting run over by mowers as commercials around here. You would think that Jeff would have some say of the level of gore his audience sees. No, Contempt. I have no control over the ads on Twitch. That's why most people get memberships and stuff on Twitch, because the ads are ridiculous. And they're kind of overbearing. If you have Amazon Prime, I think it's called, you can join the membership program on Twitch for free. It is a part of your Amazon Prime subscription. And that way you won't have to look at the ads. But that's the only way around it. Corn Pop. Stephen Miller was one of the Duke lacrosse players that a stripper lied on them about rape, and they lost their scholarship and education. The media helped tarnish their reputation. She lied. I think I know a little bit about that. I didn't know Stephen Miller was involved in that. I'll have to look it up. I do remember the story, a little bit about the story that you're talking about. But I will have to look that up. I'm not going to do it right this second. I'll do it after the live, and probably tomorrow we'll be talking about that. Guess pressers are so much better without KJP. They are real. Yeah, I agree. Michael, nothing wrong with the little shoe polish head. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Godzilla, they framed the whole team up. That's crazy. I know about the story, and she lied about it, and something else happened. She's serving time for something else, and then came out and admitted that she didn't actually get assaulted by those players. But I didn't realize that Stephen Miller had anything to do with that story. Wayward, how the heck did you put up with dreads? It had to be hot. Most of the time I had it pulled up and my sides all the way around were shaved. And as long as my hair wasn't touching my ears, I was like, oh, I was okay for the most part. But I was sweating to death. That's why I was shirtless. When I first started live streaming, you guys could only see me from like here up because I had my tits out, because I'm sitting here dying with a pound of wool on my head. That sounds like sexy talk. It's not. Josh, 1776, probably food stamp fraud. No, I don't think so. I don't think that's what it was. But she was serving time for something. I don't know. Either way, like I said, this next video is also from earlier today. This is titled, "We're Not Going to Forget About God. Trump's Pledge to Keep Faith in Major Upcoming Events." Now, like I said, some of the news channels were not thrilled about this. They're saying that President Trump forgot about the separation between church and state, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. Either way, like I said, this is from earlier today. Once again, President Trump, "We are not going to forget about God. Trump pledges to keep the faith in major upcoming events." Hit that like button over on Rumble as well as the CommentTube, and let's get into this.
It was talked about last night, actually, on television. Today, as the American people turn to God in prayer, we continue a tradition older than our independence itself. Nearly 250 years ago, on June 12, 1775, the Continental Congress appointed a day of fasting and prayer so that Americans fighting for their liberty could seek the help of the Almighty. And when you look at that, June 12th, 1775, so we have a very, very special day coming up. You know, we have a lot of them during this term. And interestingly, I had none of them had I not had a rigged election. Had the election not been rigged, I would have been out of here. I would have been gone. The radical left would have said, we got rid of him finally. But no, now they have me for another 4 years. We talk about that. And in the other 4 years, you know, I sort of said, I got the Olympics to come in, and I got the World Cup to come in. And I said, you know, the sad part is it's going to be in the would be the third term. None of it came in during the what would be the normal, you know, the more normal way of doing it, like counting the proper votes, et cetera, and just going on. I wouldn't have been president. But now we end up with 4 years later, and we have the 250-year anniversary, and that will be June 12th, 250 years. And you have Flag Day, so there's something happening on Flag Day. It's my birthday. But so you have 250 years in this term. You have the Olympics in this term. We have the Olympics going to Los Angeles. And we have the World Cup. And I was very instrumental in all three of them. They said, would you do it? Because another president refused to call. They needed for the Olympics and the World Cup, they needed the support of the president. And that particular president refused to talk to them. He didn't want to talk to them. I don't know why exactly, but he didn't want to talk. So they said, could you talk? And so I talked, and I talked them into it. And we got those two, and we have 250 years. So this is going to be really 4 years of celebration. So get ready. And we're going to always bring God with us. We're going to bring God to those celebrations. We're not going to forget about God. In a letter to wife Abigail, John Adams wrote of his first National Day of Prayer, millions will be upon their knees at once before their great Creator, imploring his forgiveness and blessing and asking for his favor on the American cause. Beautiful. Today, more than 2.5 centuries later, in the heart of a free and proud America, we rejoice that God answered those prayers. And I think God answered other prayers because he's put in an administration to run this country that's going to make you proud again. It's going to make you believe and believe more again. And we're going to have a country that's very strong. We're already in just 100 days. We're respected all over the world. Every leader's calling, want to have a meeting, appointments. They weren't calling so much last few years. They had no respect for our country. Our country was doing very, very poor.
All right, President Trump from earlier today talking about we're not going to forget God. We're going to bring him with us. And they're going to give him attention while we have these upcoming events. It's been a while since I've heard about anyone talking about the World Fair or whatever, the State Fair. I can't remember what it is. It's supposed to be coming. I don't think it's this 4th of July. I think it's the next 4th of July or something like that. It's coming up. It's sometime in the future. It's supposed to be a really big deal. But I wonder if that's what he's kind of alluding to, that they'll be talking about God and stuff like that. Now, I don't like pushing God onto people and all of that, right? Everyone's got freedom to believe whatever they want to believe in. But, I mean, it can't be worse than old Biden, right? So, I don't know. I'm not mad at President Trump talking about wanting to include God and the changes we're making in the country. So hopefully it's for the best. I can only assume so. Next up, RFK Jr. Saying during the Biden administration, HHS became a collaborator in child trafficking for sex and for slavery. RFK Jr. here calling out the Biden administration. I mean, we know, but it's nice somebody on Capitol Hill actually talking about it. It's coming up next, but first, we're going to read through the chat, see what you hooligans think about President Trump speaking earlier, talking about we're going to include God. Sam, Trump trolls the left hard every chance he gets. He really has nothing to lose. Yeah. It's the second term. They're not going to impeach him. He's making big, bold changes and stuff. The judges are flip-flopping. Most of them are trying to stand in the way. We've seen the Supreme Court support decisions and then turn around and remove support for the same decision. So, I mean, he's riling up the country, but I think it's for the best. Get some. If you have not found God, he will eventually find you. Get some 717. Mm-hmm. Metamouth Twitch is too much into censorship. That's why I don't have it anymore. Yeah. That's why Twitch isn't included on Saturday, Free Speech Saturday, because they suspended me for, I can't tell you because they'll suspend me again. But they were claiming I was attacking another live streamer, even though I don't even know another live streamer on Twitch. Then they changed it to attacking a person in the chat or something like that. And I appealed that, and then they changed it to using hate speech or something like that. And then they suspended my account for 2 weeks. I don't know. They're a bunch of assholes. That's all I do know. Resistance, you share a birthday with President Trump? That's badass. Screaming Eagle, I'm a dirty sinning bastard, but I do love God. I'm the same way. Cody, God is cool and Jesus rocks. Amen. What's up, Tool Care? Happy freedom. It's better to be tardy than tarded. Appreciate you being here, Too Old to Care. Little Irish, I think it's great. We need God every day. Yep. Time Traveler, and God we trust. It's on the back of the dollar bill. Yeah, the left hates to acknowledge that. They ain't got any dollar bills, though, so they forget. Metal Mouth, God needs to be involved in everything. Yep. Peel to Heaven, God number one. That's right. Resistance Twitch is asshole. They are. They are. The platform is rough, but it's owned by Amazon. You know, that's how it's going to go. Resistance, that's cool. When is Flag Day? June 14th. It's coming up. Holy. Good stuff. Good stuff. Meta, you see any more about the woman who drove her Jeep through the school program? No. Not yet. I am interested in a follow-up, though. I want to know why that lady's not in jail right now. Oh, love you too, Cheeky Chops. Vinny, see, they're treating these illegal aliens like celebrities. Yeah. Well, they don't even have a face on their party right now. Pretty much all they have, other than sitting on the steps of the Capitol and the little interviews they get with AOC and Bernie Sanders, all they got is crying about those illegals. They can't do anything else. They cry about the tariffs and stuff, but world leaders are coming to meet with President Trump to get the tariffs solved. So they got to keep the crying to a minimum because they know that the tariffs is eventually going to end one way or another. And so, you know, they ain't got anything to cry about. They're the worst of the worst, and they can't talk. You know, they're not going to admit that. So yeah, let's cry for the poor illegal aliens that are being deported. Mills, President Trump should team up with UFC and WWE for a Friday night octagon event for illegals where they can fight for a chance to stay in the U.S. That would be so badass, but, you know, the Democrats will find a way to complain about it. It would be pretty crazy, though. That would be crazy. Zero politics needs God in it. Well, I understand that people have the freedom of religion and stuff, but I just don't see how it could hurt us. Snooks. No, I wasn't attacking anybody in the chat. I don't remember what I said. I kind of remember what I said, but I wasn't saying anything bad. Twitch is just soft. Here, Jesus. This is what I said. You want to know what I said? You got to join the website. There's your incentive. Josh F276, it was the Tim McBride shit. Yeah. No, Danny McBride is somebody else. But Tim McBride, yeah. I was talking about Tim McBride being a shapeshifter, and I referred to them as a phrase, and Twitch nailed me. And I think we had a troll at the time, too. I think there was a troll trying to defend Tim McBride going in the girls' bathrooms on Capitol Hill. Nancy Mace fighting against men in women's bathrooms and all of that stuff. No balls in the stalls was going on back then. As if it was that long ago. And I think the troll reported me for using a phrase. And so, yeah, now I can't say it. I'll tell you guys tomorrow. Or, no, tomorrow's Friday. I'll tell you on Saturday. I'll tell the whole class what I said on Saturday. Because Twitch and YouTube won't be here. MU, today is beer pong day? Badass. Jesus loves us, Josh 1776. That's too much. That is too much. What's up, Magic? Happy freedom. All right, hooligans. We're going to move on to this next one. This is a short video, but it's a good one. Like I said, this is RFK Jr. calling out the Biden administration for participating in human trafficking. And we knew it, but like I said, it's nice to hear someone on Capitol Hill actually admit this out loud. I just muted myself on accident. Either way, hit that like button over on Rumble as well as the CommuTube, and let's get into this.
We have ended HHS as the role as the vector, the principal vector in this country for child trafficking. And during the Biden administration, HHS became a collaborator in child trafficking and for sex and for slavery. And we have ended that, and we're very aggressively going out and trying to find these children, 300,000 children that were lost by the Biden administration. We have...
Okay, anyways. Bobby Jr. there acknowledging that we got 500,000 missing children that no one has found. I don't even know if they're actually looking for them. And it's the Biden administration's fault. They were participating in, not necessarily participating, but they were definitely creating an environment that excelled the ability of human trafficking for sex slavery and labor slavery, whatever that's called. Anyways, calling them out, but I would like to see some outcome. I want to see some arrests. With that being said, we do got a Tom Homan video that is interesting. I don't know if it's related or not. But next up, we have a DeSantis video. This is titled, What to Know About Florida's Operation Tidal Wave, Targeting Border Crossers for Deportation. Ron DeSantis is doing his own mass deportation in Florida. It's a good thing in my eyes. Now, in this situation, he's going after everybody that's illegal. We keep hearing Tom Homan, President Trump, Kristi Noem, all those guys constantly talking about, yeah, we're going after illegals, but we want the worst of the worst. We're going after people who are actively committing crime, people who are a part of the terrorist organization Tren de Aragua or MS-13, and that's all they're going after. It's not all, but that's who they're really looking for. They refer to anybody outside of those criminals as collateral. That's their code name for it. They're collaterals. So if you got a Tren de Aragua member, he's hanging out with 9 illegals that are not gang affiliated, well, then they'll go on the news. They'll say, we got 1 TDA member and 9 collaterals, meaning that all 10 people are being deported, but the 9, they're not necessarily criminals outside of just being illegal, which is, illegal on its own. So that's how they word it. Now, what's going on with Ron DeSantis, what he's doing in Florida is if you're illegal, you're getting kicked out. Period. You cross that line illegally, you are being thrown out. Now, they are going to spend some time crying for these poor border crossers in this video. And I'll point it out when we get into it, but they talk about a work permit, but not a work visa. And the way they're trying to talk about it is as if Ron DeSantis is wrong for doing what he's doing. I don't believe he is, but the news will be the news. It's coming up next. First, we're going to read through the chat, see what you hooligans think about Bobby Jr. calling out the Biden administration for aiding human trafficking. Matt Rogers, HHS is in charge of CPS. Lots of child trafficking through CPS. Yes. Yeah, definitely. They need to do something about it. Arrest these people. Ah, man. If I got to look at Russell's cock, then you guys do too. Multicolored. Nice. It's pretty nice, Russell. It's pretty nice. The whole class had to look at it. Screaming Eagle lawn darts are even funner. We had lawn darts when I was young. I was like the last age group to get lawn darts. They're banned now, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how we survived it. Screaming Eagle, every day is beer pong day, if you're fun enough. Meta, want Trump and Newsom, the governor of California, in a UFC steel cage match. I don't know. I think Newsom's a little younger than the Orange Eagle, but the Orange Eagle could just point and a sniper from the back of the building. It'd be easy peasy. Meta, I see Parkinson's disease in Bobby, not questioning his brain, watching him closely. It looks like he's masking the tremors. Hope I'm wrong. Yeah, well, and he was like a heroin addict for like 11 years or something like that, so I would not be surprised at all if he had health conditions. I know he's working out. He's always got videos on X where he's like bench pressing. He's all buff and shit. But you make bad choices long enough, and then he's got whatever's going on with his throat. You know, he's got disease or whatever. It's going to wear you down. It's just how it goes. I don't know what I said on Twitch, but Twitch is dead now. There's just nothing happening in the chat. Yeah, I don't know. I do that. I'm a chat killer sometimes. I saw a meme when I was scrolling, and it showed a cat sitting in front of a house, and the house was completely on fire, and the cat was just minding its own business, like doing its own thing, like it was unfazed about the house being on fire. And the caption said, "When a Pisces smokes everyone with the truth," or something like that. And it's like, yeah, that's me. That's me. I tell the truth and everyone gets mad. And, well, that just sucks, but that's how it goes. Godzilla, sadly, yeah, wouldn't be surprised if he said, yeah, in fact, it was true. Like directly applying the Biden administration as being the cause of human trafficking. The thing is like we all know what's going on. It's just they need to do something about it. You know, that's what we voted for. We want something to be done about it. Well, thank you, Snooks. I appreciate the compliment. Russell, my cock scared off Twitch. I'm blaming Russell. No, what were we saying yesterday? Oh, Trump did it. Damn it. You know, I didn't even think about that. Canada's fault. It's Canada's fault that the Twitch chat froze. Because that's what Canada was saying. It's Trump's fault that we lost the election. Like, I don't know. Simply Witchy, he could have familia tremors, which is not Parkinson's. Tremors aren't always related to Parkinson's. Yeah. Jay Spray, the truth hurts. It does. I was told that I alienate the chat. I don't mean to do that. I just speak from the heart, and some people have told me I do that. What's up, Muskie Boss? Happy Freedom. But I'm missing Pumpkin also. Yeah, where's Pumpkin at? Everybody's got to type Pumpkin in the chat and she'll appear. Yeah, that shit works 9 out of 10 times. What's up, Xterra? Happy Freedom. Thanks for saying something in the chat on Twitch. Michael, yeah, Trump didn't make Canada a bunch of sissies. What I really think it is, and it's not really my business. I'm not a Canadian. I really think that their stuff got interfered with. Why wouldn't it? You know, Democrats did that here. They did it in the last election. We just made it too big to rig. But if you paid attention to the numbers, you would watch blue votes come in, and then there was a period of time where the line just went straight up. There was a big dump of Democrat ballots that just came in out of nowhere. But we had too many red ballots for the blue ones to matter. And I think that in Canada, they didn't make it too big to rig. We covered a video where they were showing suspicious activity. There was poll workers bringing sealed ballots home with them, like a big crate of ballots, that they got called out. They were like, why do you have them? And they were like, oh, we were told to bring them home. And they were like, why? And they were like, I don't know, but, we got them, and so whatever. And so I think I think Democrats were interfering with what they had going on for their election. That's just what I think. I don't know. You guys believe whatever you want. But that's what I think happened. But I don't know. And nobody did anything about our election in 2020, right? Nobody went back and did the audit. That's what they should do right now. They should go back and audit it. They audited it in Arizona, and they found discrepancies. And as soon as that happened, they should have made all 50 states do audits. But they didn't. And there's states shredded ballots. You're supposed to hold the ballots for like 7 years or longer. And they shredded them right after they counted them. If we held an audit right now, there'd be states that didn't even have paper ballots to count. And that's a crime. Like, they could be held accountable for that. But somebody has to start the investigation for it to go that way, Michael, what after the audits? It depends what they find. Zero, Michigan found fraud, did nothing. Yeah, most places did. And that's the thing. If they're not going to do anything about the 2020 election, which we're already at 2025, what can we do about it? We could fix our elections. We can make them more transparent. We can make them more secure. Go back to paper ballots. Develop a federal website that will list every single name and who they voted for. You can go to the website. You can count all 81 million votes or whatever, and you can get the same numbers that will be shown on Fox or any of these other, channels telling you, President Red Team got this and President Blue Team got this. You could go to the federal website, count them all, vote for vote, get the same exact numbers, and be able to validate that your vote counted as well. You'd find your name on the screen. Yep, that's who I voted for. And if it's not, now you know to go do something about it. Very simple. Very simple. But they don't want to do it because if it was transparent and if it was fair, then they wouldn't be able to rig it into their favor. And right now they're saying that voter ID is racist. Even if we had voter ID, it still wouldn't be absolute because they were giving illegals driver's licenses, which means in a lot of states they were also giving them voter ID. So they were showing up with voter ID that they shouldn't even had because they were illegal. They shouldn't have been voting in the first place. So voter ID is not enough. We need real transparency, and we don't have it. And so if they did investigate 2020, that could be the cause for the need of real transparency. If they're not going to do anything about it, which, why would they? So much time has passed now. They could at least do that. They could say, yep, we had inaccuracies. We need to make our elections fair and transparent. Mills. Liberals get control of the election committees in red states and then count the votes and have blue winners. Yeah, it's all manipulated. Magic, it's funny that they give every dollar a number, but not every voter. Yep. Simply Witchy, we elect you to head that up. I would totally do it. I already know if I ran for president, they'd shoot me in the head. They wouldn't let me win. I'm too honest about shit. I'd be going out there getting shit done. They'd be like, no, we cannot have it. Wake up, Hillary's like yanking my chain. Like, oh no. Yep. J Spray, voter ID is racist, but an ID is required in every state. Yeah. Yep, voter ID is racist, but getting a driver's license isn't. Just, how does that make sense? Xterra, making your rounds. Appreciate you joining us over here on Rumble. Fanatical, happy freedom. Damage is done. I will never vote again unless they do it on blockchain. It would be interesting if they did blockchain voting, so then it couldn't be interfered with from the outside. Muskie Boss, no Trump option, but Mac. Normies won't vote for Mac. Yeah, that's true. They wouldn't. If I had dreads, I might be able to win over both sides. I have to make a dread hat. Zero, if everyone can see how everyone votes, companies will check that and disqualify applicants. Yeah, but then you'd have to go after them for discrimination. And even if you couldn't, do you really want to work for a company that hates you because of who you voted for? For every company that won't hire you because you're a conservative, there's 10 out there that will. Like, Democrats don't run that much shit. Like, yeah, they're judges. They're very strategic with what they do. But in just about every industry, if there's a Democrat company that won't hire you, there's a Republican one that will. And so, I don't know. People said the same. I've been saying this shit for years, for a long time, since 2020 happened. And a lot of people used to say back then when I would bring up transparency, they would say, well, what if somebody looks up your name on the list, they find out you voted for someone that they don't like, and then they attack you. Those are hate crimes. We already have laws against that shit. People cannot do that to you. They cannot mistreat you like that. It's either discrimination or a hate crime if they're violent against you or destroying your property and shit. We already have laws against them. Now they got to enforce the law, and that's a big problem around here. But like I'm saying, as far as a job goes, one, you don't want to work for pieces of shit. So if they won't hire you because of who you voted for, they're probably pieces of shit. And two, it's discrimination if you can actually prove that that's why they didn't hire you. Magic, Jeff Mack with dreads and orange face paint. That's how we're going to win this election. What's up, Tommy Two Guns? Happy freedom. You be making dreaded decisions and stuff? Yeah, Tommy Two Guns. Yeah. What's up, Spirit Matter? Happy freedom to you. Vinny C, our election was rigged and too many liberal voters. Yeah, Vinny C. That's what I think too. Matt Rogers, Oregon does that stupid auto registration to vote when you get your license. Yeah, Matt Rogers, I think it's like that here in Michigan too. When you get your license, that's how you register to vote. Jay Spray, get golden dreads so everyone knows what's up. Be styling. We're going to move forward here in a second. Let me see how much we got left. We still got quite a bit left. We might be able to hold out until Trump gets on stage if he's on time. Told to care, Rumble's working for you. Glad to hear it. Hey, thanks for being here, Metal Mouth. Enjoy the rest of your day. All right, hooligans. Moving forward here, like I said, this next one is with Ron DeSantis. It's titled What to Know About Florida's Operation Tidal Wave. It's targeting border crossers for deportations. Now, like I said in the beginning of the live, I don't think there's any judges that have stood in the way of this yet. Now, it's brand new. This is something that just started. But if this is a way to get around those district judges, then all states should be enforcing this. It's just my opinion. Either way, hit that like button over on Rumble as well as the CommiTube, and let's get into this.
We are on the map in Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis says his state is leading the charge when it comes to immigration issues. This morning, at a Florida ICE facility, he touted what's called Operation Tidal Wave. If you don't know what that is, it's the latest round of ICE arrests, assisting President Trump's drive for mass deportations.
Border security and immigration enforcement was perhaps the signature issue of the president's first campaign in 2016 and this one where he got reelected. So we saw an opportunity to have a much different relationship with the federal government as it relates to immigration enforcement. So immediately I instructed our state agencies to engage in what are called 287G agreements with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which basically leads to our state agencies being able to exercise authority in the immigration sphere to supplement and cooperate with the federal government.
So let's go to CBS News national correspondent Manuel Bojorquez as he joins us live. Manny, tell us more about this so-called Operation Tidal Wave. How does it work?
It's something that Governor Ron DeSantis said could be a model for other states. It's essentially a collaboration between local law enforcement agencies, say in a state like Florida, and the federal government, namely ICE. So today he referenced 1,100 arrests in 1 week here in the state of Florida. He said many of these are people who had final deportation orders or were alleged criminals. But what we're finding out from speaking with people here on the ground in South Florida is that many of the people who were caught up in this also did not have criminal records and were undergoing either the asylum process or some other process to try to become legal in this country and had work permits. We spoke with a woman from Guatemala who says that her partner was arrested, that she fears that he will be deported even though he has a court appointment coming up and had a work permit to be in this country. He worked construction. They have a 3-month-old baby, and now left behind, she doesn't know what she will do without the breadwinner of the family.
Well, Manny, we know deportations happen with every presidential administration, but there's a difference here this administration wants to make all of these very high profile to send a message. I mean, to that point, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt called this operation kind of a preview of what's to come around the country, sort of speaking to that desire by the administration to boost the prominence of all of these. So should we expect to see more operations with some of the details like you mentioned ahead?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all indications are that, for example, here in Florida, at least, where you have a Republican governor who has also made this a forefront issue, is that you may have more operations like this. It's unknown whether blue states would do that, but there's going to be a fight between the federal government and some of those areas that do not want to do this type of enforcement. Again, the key here is using local law enforcement to detain people who are suspected of being in the country illegally instead of just ICE. But critics also say that that could make communities vulnerable because immigrants, whether legal or not, would be afraid to call the police, say, if they were victimized, become victims of a crime or witnesses to a crime. So there's a lot of back and forth on whether that's a good thing.
News from the neighborhood level and right there in Florida. Manny Bajorquez, we appreciate you. Good to talk to you.
Prostitute.
Oh man, I love that little end part there. But what if the illegal gets victimized and he's the victim of a crime, he or she? They're going to be afraid to call the police because the police will be able to deport him. Man, you hear this shit, Klaus Daniels? Oh no, you better get your ass out of the country then. You better just pack your shit and go. Ah, poor border crossers. You can't use our police resources anymore? I thought it was bullshit that they could call the police in the first place. I don't know. I think this is a win for Florida. I think all states should be doing this. Deputize your police force so they can enforce the Border Patrol's, actions. They can either contact Border Patrol for deportation or they can detain them until ICE shows up. They'll be working side by side with ICE because right now local law enforcement does not have the ability to pick up illegals. They can't even ask legal status. So you see a state boy or you see a sheriff around town, they can't even ask about that stuff. Only Border Patrol can. But if they deputize them like what Florida's doing, and I think Texas did the same exact thing, they make it so your local law enforcement can then ask about legal status. If you are illegal, they can then detain you because of it. Then they can contact ICE and Border Patrol and all that and have that person deported or, get them on their way of getting out of the country and all of that. Florida's doing that. And they're talking about, oh, no, this poor person, he had a work permit. He had a work permit or he had a work visa? Because there's a difference. He was here on asylum-seeking bullshit, which is a Biden administration policy, whatever, that's not even around anymore. And while he was here as a asylum seeker, he had a permit to work. That's not the same thing as having a work visa. If he had a work visa, he would be here legally on a visa to work. They hope to God that normies don't know the difference. Because they're, he had a work permit and Florida don't even care. They're still going to deport him. Yeah, because he ain't supposed to be here. He's illegal. Whereas if he had a work visa, he could be here, right? That's the difference. But they're trying to demonize what Ron DeSantis is doing, and I think it's a win. I think it's a win for Florida. I wish to God they would do that shit here. They need to do it desperately in New York and California and all those states we covered the other day. Double-digit 1,000 students going to college. Remember we covered that a couple days ago or whatever? It might have been last week. I think Texas was the big one. They're passing a bill, or they're trying to end federal funding or grant money or some shit to illegals. We give illegals funding, aid, to go to college. Why? Why the hell would we do that? And it's a lot. It's like hundreds of thousands of people once you add it all together. Florida's out here kicking everybody out. Shit, I think that's a good idea. I think all states should get on board with this because you would have to have so many different judges to stand in the way of this. And they're going to block somebody, right? They wouldn't let New York do this. They're not going to let California do this. The judges will stand in the way of Oregon doing this and places like that, but they ain't going to block everybody. And so you'll have states where border crossers won't even be there because they'll either be self-deporting or they'll be getting put on their head by local law enforcement. They ain't even got to worry about ICE. And so the illegals will steer clear of those states and they'll just occupy blue states. I think it's an idea. I think this is really an idea. And President Trump and Ron DeSantis are buddies, despite their little back and forth during the election. They're buddies. So I'm hoping that, and President Trump lives in Florida, right? So I'm hoping that he sees this and makes a recommendation to other states, because he's already trying to do the mass deportation on a federal level. And, you know, as we cover all the time, judges are standing in the way. So they should do it at a state level too, like Ron DeSantis and like Greg Abbott's doing with Texas and with Florida. That's an idea right there. But either way, I'm a big fan of that. Next up, Tom Homan saying, wait until you see what's coming. He's teasing us, and I don't think it's about his wiener. It's coming up next, but first we're going to read through the chat, see what you hooligans think about Ron DeSantis doing his own mass deportation. Here, Juicer, turn in 10 other illegals for a lottery ticket for a real green card. Yeah, that's an idea right there. And until we find out, we gotta have stipulations. Can't be Tren de Aragua, can't be MS-13, anything like that. But yeah, that's an idea. Russell, give the illegals AIDS. They showed up with AIDS. Jay Spray, the only problem with all of this is it's bringing us closer to a police state. Yeah, that is true. That is the other side of the coin, is that you get pulled over for speeding. The first thing they're going to ask you is if you're a citizen of America. Of course, you already have to give them your license. So, you know, that would kind of solve it right there. But yeah, more surveillance definitely isn't good. But we got to get these illegals out of here. Russell Klaus is upset now. Yeah, he'll be all right. He'll get over it. Matt Rogers, but then we never print the winning ticket. That's right. That sounds just like America. Cody, deputize me, bro. Mm-hmm. Stoner, got Rumble to work on Chrome. Very nice. Happy for him, Stoner. Troll to Care, just ask yourself, how would their countries treat us if it was the other way around? Don't get soft with a big heart. Yeah. Yep, it's true. If we were trying to break into any other country, they would just shoot us on sight. Appeal to heaven, my question is if you have a family here and you're working, why didn't you try and get a citizenship? They were under the impression that being an asylum seeker was the path to citizenship. They mentioned it in the video, but it's not. It's not a path to citizenship. It was a place for you to stay while your country sucks ass. Well, your time's up. Time to go back home, you know. But you're right. They should have applied for citizenship instead of cutting corners. You know, this is why I talk about all the damn time. Cutting corners is never worth it. It never is. Lie, cheat, and steal, and cutting corners. It never gets you ahead. You always think cutting line's the way to go until you find out it's the line to the gas chamber. You know, it's always bite you in the ass. Got to walk with integrity. And these people that had a chance, they were here, they're making money. They could have applied for citizenship, but why? They're already here, and they didn't even have to apply. Well, they just live here now. Well, that's different now. And if they would have done the right thing instead of cutting corners, they wouldn't be deported right now. Screaming Eagle, illegals stealing American jobs. Yep, but it's ending. Shroomish. Sometimes it feels like I'm in Mexico here in Mexicofornia. Yeah. California, man, the way they run that I almost said that country. That state is rough. They need a new governor out there. Stoner, my cat's going all nuts for Fancy Feast. I know, Klaus Daniels, he'd do some things for Fancy Feast. He's a Fancy Feast crackhead. That's I never taught him what Fancy Feast is. we call it crack a can around here. I'm hoping he won't hear me. That's what we call it around here, but yeah, he's a Fancy Feast crackhead. Joe Pro. There was a 39-year-old woman that was assaulted, shot, and burned not far from me. The town is full of Hispanics. Was it done by an illegal, or are you just saying like this is something that happened? Happy freedom to you, Joe Pro. What's up, Electric Hammer? Happy freedom. Shroomage, I sure hope not. He's going to give those illegals the wiener. I mean, I don't even want him doing that. Supposedly he's got good news for us. Meta, my favorite rally memories was Trump showed up in the garbage truck when he got up after being shot. So surreal. Many people wore orange vests in California. There were several vests when I voted. Epic for sure. Yeah, I think I saw people wearing garbage vests here too. I remember covering it. I remember when we were covering the election, there's a lot of people in line with the orange vests. What's up, Jay Blazer? Happy freedom. Jay Blazer, breadwinner, whose bread you winning? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What's up, MD Cyron? Happy freedom. Mills, executive order to change green cards to orange cards. I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be mad at all. What's up, Watchman? Happy freedom. Watchmen, going to be 4 years of stories on illegals being exported. Yeah, probably, especially at this rate. It is really slow. I can't remember. They said in the video that they've already picked up like 1,000 people or whatever because of this, what is it, Project Tidal Wave, I think they're calling it, Operation Tidal Wave. They've already picked up, within a month or so, they're going to be competing with the numbers that ICE has deported. Like, that's how on top of things that Ron is being right now, because he's sending the whole police force to pick up illegals, whereas ICE is just going after bad guys. They're not going after illegals in general, just the ones who are committing crime while here outside of just being illegal itself. But like I'm saying, within a month, if Ron DeSantis keeps up the way that they're already doing things, they will surpass the amount of deportations that ICE has done on the country as a whole. Because their numbers are like 50,000 or something like that. That is so far from 25 million. And so, like I'm saying, if they clean up Florida, I think other states are going to follow this too. And there's a chance that President Trump may suggest this to other states because he's buddies with Ron DeSantis and Trump lives in Florida. So, I don't know. I'm pretty excited about it. I'll tell you that. Watchmen, they should have a show like Cops. Instead, it's called ICE. Make sure to post a hotline, then 20 million illegals can be rounded up faster. Just saying. That would be awesome. We would actually cover that. If we used to cover something we used to call Riding with a Cop, because there's a few police officers that go live on Facebook. I don't know if they still do, but they used to, and the protests were dying down. We didn't have anything to do. So we would cruise around with the cop and see, watch them do their job. Most of the time it was boring. They'd just be talking to the camera and driving around, not really doing anything. Sometimes they'd pull people over, but not very often. But if it was riding with ICE, that would be badass. We'd cover that every night. Zero, Ron's been a great governor for Florida. I'm glad he didn't continue to run for president. Yeah, I agree. I wonder if he will in 2028. I don't know. I haven't really heard anything about it, but I just wonder if he will. Cody, he isn't even near Barack Obama's numbers. Yeah, and I can't even remember what the numbers were. But yeah, they're fine when Obama was deporting people, but not Trump. Oh, no, he's the mean orange man. Anyways, let's get into this. Like I said, this is Tom Homan. Wait until you see what's coming. Now, the question he's being asked, I believe, is hard to hear because they're doing an outside presser, which I wish they'd stop that. The audio is always crap. Sometimes the videos aren't great either. Either way, this is Tom Homan. I'll turn the volume up a little bit, try and make it so you can hear it. You can hear Tom. It's not too bad, but it's kind of hard to hear the reporter. So I got the volume up. Once again, this is Tom Homan. Wait until you see what's coming. Hit that like button if you haven't already, and let's get into this.
Jordan Conrad's from Gateway Pundit. So the president signed an executive order just this week threatening to defund sanctuary cities for their policies. Why not just arrest the leaders who are harboring and shielding illegal aliens, actually terrorists, from deportation?
Wait to see what's coming.
And, well, real quick, your comments on the Wisconsin governor sending directives to state agencies to not comply with ICE and actually stop your deportation efforts?
Wait to see what's coming.
Any updates on the
I meant what I said. You can not support what we're doing. And you can support sanctuary cities if that's what you want to do. But if you cross that line of impediment or knowingly harboring, concealing an illegal alien, that is a felony. And we're treated as such.
Any updates? Tell us anything about Mike Waltz from China that we've seen coming over in recent years?
No update.
Any thoughts on Mike Waltz's tenure as National Security Advisor?
I've been in a skiff all morning doing classified briefings. I'm not aware of that, and it's out of my lane.
Was he in there?
Okay, so like I said, it was hard to hear the reporter there. Reporters are asking about the two judges that have been arrested for trying to help out illegals, right? We had the one judge, I can't remember where it was. We had the one judge that had a Tren de Aragua member that he was renting they have a special name. I don't know if it was a cabana or what it was, but basically a guest house, renting it out to a TDA member, providing firearms to this person, allowing them to shoot guns on their property and stuff, aiding and abetting, right, and illegal. He got arrested. Pretty much everybody got arrested in the house. He's been disbarred. He's facing charges. Then we got that female judge that kind of did the same thing. She was trying this illegal and then found out that ICE was there, brought the illegal into their chambers, and then left through a exclusive exit for judges and tried to flee the building, helping the illegal evade ICE. She has been suspended. I can't tell if it's indefinitely or not because the video we covered said both. And so either way, she's been suspended. She's facing charges for obstruction and a few other things as well. And so they're asking about that. They're asking about sanctuary cities. We covered that there was 4 sanctuary city mayors. It was Eric Adams and Johnson and a couple other people had to come in and speak before Congress or the Senate or whoever the hell it was about them running their sanctuary cities and their policies contradicting federal laws. And all of that, nothing really happened from that. They all went back home and continued to do it. Eric Adams is kind of singing a new tune, but all the rest of those sanctuary city people, they went right back and did public announcements about how they're fighting to keep illegals in their sanctuary cities. So these are the questions that are being brought up. And like I said, it's hard to hear the reporters in that video. But Tom Homan is saying, wait until you see what happens next. Like, wait until you see. And then he follows that up by saying, if you're caught impeding, it's a felony and we're going to hold you accountable. So it makes me wonder if maybe they got some indictments that are coming up where they're going to be pulling more than just judges. They're going to be either going after mayors or maybe governors or something like that. I know it's wishful thinking. I really don't want to get everybody's hopes up because it sucks to be disappointed. But that's kind of what Tom Homan, at least in my eyes, is telling us is we got something nice on the horizon. And maybe it's accountability because, man, we need accountability really bad. I don't know where it's hiding, but we got to find it. And hopefully that's what Tom Homan is alluding to. Next up, Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre, I think is how you say her name. Her father does not believe that she killed herself. It's a very short video. It's coming up next. But first, we're going to read through the chat, see what you hooligans think about Tom Homan. Also, in about 15 minutes here, depending on where we are in the live, I'm going to pull this Trump live back up because he's supposed to be on stage at 8 o'clock. Hopefully he'll be on time. It's for Alabama University, and when we saw it earlier, there was already asses in the seats. So, like I said, I will have that pulled up pretty soon, but right now we're going to hop in the chat, see what you hooligans think about Tom Homan. Russell, I think Homan means business. I think so too. I'm pretty excited to see what exactly he's alluding to. Jay Spray, we better see repercussions, yeah. Well, and like I was saying that when we were covering the judges being arrested, you know, that's great and all that you're arresting them and telling them they're being charged, but we need convictions. We need them to be sentenced for what they were doing. Here, Juicer, cop streamer, chat, spam ones if you want me to mace her. Yeah, here, Juicer. It would be crazy. These cops would be losing their job and stuff. Electric Hammer, have y'all talked about the Carnival Cruise fight last Saturday? If not, you should. I was there. Really? You were at the Carnival Cruise fight? That's hilarious. I did see the video. I didn't cover it on the live. But I did see the video. It was a bunch of individuals all fist fighting while like waiting in line or something like that. Like 20 people were banned from ever doing Carnival Cruise. There's a lot of interesting names that they call the Carnival Cruise. Little Irish. I think he's kicking ass and taking names, and I think it's a good thing. I agree. Fresca Bean, happy freedom. I listened to the clip 3 times now, and I understand it as keep testing us and you'll see what happens, not that he has an announcement. Well, he said, wait until you see what's coming. So that makes me think that he's already kind of drawn a line in the sand, because they've been testing him. They've been doing it. There was a senator or a governor, there was somebody, and I can't remember who they were, but there was claims that he had an illegal living upstairs of his garage or something like that. And he admitted to it in an interview. And Tom Homan was like, well, we're going to look into that. And if so, then he'll be held accountable. And then we didn't hear anything about it. And like AOC was giving a master class on how to evade ICE. And Homan said, well, we're going to see if we can put charges against her or whatever. And then nothing happened from that. So it just kind of seems, it just seems like these sanctuary cities and these governors and mayors are just calling his bluff. And that's what it's felt like this whole time. But with him saying, wait till you see what's coming, it makes me think that maybe there's talk of doing indictments or something along those lines. And they're already worried about it because of how the people are responding to the judges, right? The judges are being arrested, and liberals are telling the normies that this is fascism. The judges are somehow above the law. And so to arrest a judge is bad. And so I think that they're being cautious, because if they think that arresting a judge is bad, just how are they going to react if a mayor or a governor is arrested? So I think that, I don't know, that's just the impression that I got. Tree Herder, what about the mayor of New York, Eric Adams? Well, that's what I was saying. Eric Adams went to the hearing for sanctuary city policy, and he went back and forth with those people, and then he went back to New York and said he was on board with the mass deportation and stuff. And so Hochul, the governor of New York, was talking about removing Eric Adams from his position as mayor and appointing a new mayor, because Eric Adams wants to play ball with President Trump. Now, ultimately, they came to the conclusion to not remove Mayor Eric Adams from his position as mayor. I don't know what the reasoning was, but they decided against it. But Hochul and everybody else turned their back on him because he was going along with the Trump agenda. And so, like, that's kind of a thing, too. They're saying the same thing with Governor Whitmer. President Trump was here in Michigan a couple days ago for the 100 Days of Trump rally that happened, and before he got on stage for that rally, he did like a presser that I didn't even realize was happening at the time that had Whitmer there, and he made her come out on stage and speak, and she even admitted it to everybody. She did not intend on speaking, but Trump was like, you need to come over here and say some shit. And she spoke in front of Trump, but she also met him when he got out of the plane, and she was seen giving him a hug. Now Democrats are turning their back on Whitmer, saying, oh, you're out here hugging the mean orange man. You're a Golden Eagle sympathizer. And, they're turning their back on her. If you play ball with Trump, your comrades will turn on you. And so that's part of the problem right there. Jay Spray, doesn't matter which side you're on. No man likes being made a fool. You're right. Guess Article 1, Section 6, Clause 1 of the United States Constitution provides broad immunity to senators and congressmen for acts in the legislative sphere Making a webinar to help illegals evade arrest and deportation is not a legislative function. In short, she is not given immunity. Treason, felonies, and breach of peace are exempt from immunities. She committed treason by aiding a domestic enemy. It's a high crime and a felony. Yeah, I guess and that's what I mean. Then they didn't even go do anything about it. They just let her do that. And so that's why it's been kind of, I don't know the words I'm looking. It's been kind of disappointing waiting for these elected officials to be held accountable for aiding the illegals. But that video we just watched makes me kind of hopeful. Russell, to arrest people, you got to have your ducks in a row, and it takes time. I hear a lot of people saying that, but they don't work that hard to arrest me. Somebody points their finger and calls the police on me. I've been accused of all kinds of crazy shit. And I go to jail, I get arrested, all this stuff. They have no evidence, then they let me go. But man, the arrest happens first. They arrest me first. Then they dick around and see if they can find evidence. And so it's annoying thinking that that's how it's going for these elected officials. But that's all we got to hope for at this point, because if you don't feel like they're getting their ducks in a row, then it really just feels like they're doing nothing, that they are not going to do anything about it. And I don't think anybody wants to feel like it's a hopeless situation. So hopefully they actually are getting their ducks in a row. Fanatical treason is punishable by death. Yeah. What's up, Sergeant Tripod? Happy freedom to you. Resistance to TDS is real. It is. Electric Hammer, you work on the cruise ships? You probably get good money then. Those cruise ships make a ton of doll hairs. Shroomish, bet you they're dotting their I's and crossing their T's before they make any major arrests. Yeah, and you know, something that kind of, that I just thought of that makes me more inclined to believe that is look at the judges. President Trump signs an executive order and a judge pops up out of nowhere and stops it. And so, yeah, they probably do have to make sure that their cases are bulletproof before arresting an elected official, because even with the judges being arrested, like I was saying, they're crying about these judges. These judges blatantly broke the law, and people are all upset that they're being arrested. And then, you know, that just doesn't make sense. What's up, Status Quo? Happy freedom. It's a trap. The authorities actually want Klaus Daniels. Pfft, good luck to them. He is elusive. It is so hard to catch Klaus Daniels. I don't think he can be caught. Stoner, cruise ships hire a lot of foreigners for cheap. Really? I've always wanted to go on a cruise, but I never had the money or the time. I couldn't imagine not being at work for 3 days. I'd miss you guys too much. I would. Guess Article 4, if you have big teeth and you look like you beat up vagina, charges take longer. Yeah, I could see that, guess I could see that. Electric Hammer. Married, and they used to, let's see, they used to feed us. Now only the Royal Caribbean does that. Wow. Is the food good? I've heard that the food is good on cruises, but I suppose it depends on who you ask. Meta, not that gruesome likes to coddle the immigrants. Who will pick the crops? Wah, 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 wah. Yeah, Meta. And that's what they say, too. The Democrats are terrible about that. They're like, who's going to clean the bathrooms? And who's gonna pick our crops? We're not going to be able to eat without border crossers. Like, you guys are crazy. What do you think teenagers are for? 16-year-olds are going to have to pick the crops. Like, make them clean the toilets. Like, what are you talking about? Agent O kissing the ring. Yes. Michael, sounds like aiding and abetting terrorists. Yep, well, and that's what they're doing. We'll see if accountability shows up. We need it. Let's go ahead and move forward here. President Trump is expected to be on stage in about 23 minutes. And we still got four more topics of news. So I think it's all going to work out here. And I bought food before the live, so I get to eat real food today. I'm pretty fucking excited about it. So excited, we're gonna take a shot real quick. Not a whole one, just a little sippy sip, because I got to work still. So cheers, hooligans. Today we got Virgin Oak single malt Scotch whiskey, 46% alcohol. Cheers. Oh. Spirit fingers. Okay, anyways, moving forward here. This next one is Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre. Her father does not believe that she killed herself. You ever had a drink that was so strong your eyes don't work anymore? Anyways, moving forward here. Wad got me the finest of the fine whiskey. Anyways, hit that like button over on Rumble as well as the Commie Tube, and let's get into this.
Tell me about your reaction when you heard that she'd taken her life.
Well, first of all, I couldn't even believe it. I started crying right away. I'm still crying. I can't believe that this is happening. It's impossible. And then for them to say that she committed suicide, there's no way that she did. Somebody got to her.
Okay, so that is the father of one of the most well-known Epstein accusers, Virginia, I think it's Giuffre. We covered a story about where she was in a vehicle that was hit by a bus. She had images of her laying in a hospital bed with her face all bruised, claiming she had 4 days to live. She wanted to see her kids. Then, next thing you know, we heard that she died. And it was like 2 weeks later or something like that. She didn't die from her injuries. They claimed that she killed herself. Well, now this video is circulating where her father was doing this interview of sorts, and he's saying he doesn't, I mean, you heard it, right? He doesn't believe she actually smoked herself. What I don't understand is what happened. They just keep saying, well, the family says that she killed herself. But they don't say how. I haven't heard at all how she did it. I mean, usually something happens. You don't just die. You got to be like pretty old to just die. Or have like, real health conditions and stuff. So what actually happened if her own father doesn't even believe she killed herself? Next up, Texas detainees fearing deportation to El Salvador signals SOS. This is all over the internet. Everybody feel real bad for these border crossers in Texas. But we got a second video that we're going to play back to back. Second one is, fun fact, this is staged. This is some goofy thing because it shows them after, as they're all locking arms, spelling out SOS. As soon as their little photo op is done, they're all high-fiving each other and laughing and having a good time like they're on recess. It's coming up next, but first we're going to read through the chat, see what you hooligans think about Virginia's father being in disbelief that she actually killed herself. Jay Spray, appreciate you drinking to get through all of this. I quit a few years ago. I only drink beer now. Yeah, Jay Spray, I mean, I'm not drinking to get through it. It's just enjoying a beverage with you hooligans. I opened it like an hour ago. I was letting it breathe. You guys have given me a lot of advice on drinking whiskey, and I appreciate it. So, having a drink with my hooligans. Sub-Zero, happy freedom. Witness protection. You think Virginia's in witness protection? It could be. It'd be sad, though, to get in witness protection and you're watching your dad cry on TV because he thinks you're dead. That'd be rough. It sounds like Klaus Daniels rioting. I don't know what's going on. Snooks, you still haven't drank your Twisted Tea? You got to drink it. It's going to go bad. You'll be like, Twisted Tea sucks. Like, nah, you can't hold on to it for 6 months. Then say it sucks. Hair Juicer, you know that horrible shit that just happened? What was that like? What the hell, bro? Yeah, Hair Juicer. That's the problem with interviews. You went through a tragic situation. Would you like to tell us what that was like? No. No, I would not. Thanks for asking. Simply Witchy, agree. Farm work could be done by high schoolers as part of their school program for work release or agricultural classes. That's a really good idea, Simply Witchy. And it's a good way to teach young people work ethic. You can make good money out there picking the crops and stuff. I've gone out there and done it. Yeah, you got to work your ass off, and you sleep hard as shit that day. You get a nice little tan and all of that. But you're making $15, $20 an hour because nobody else wants to do the shit. And so that's a great summer job, and it's a good way to teach young people work ethic. You know, because they're going out there and they're shoveling and they're planting things or they're picking things or they're doing whatever they're doing. And then later on they get a restaurant job like most people, you know, start with. And they realize like, man, I've done hard work. This is not hard work. And they got that good work ethic and they can pursue the work field, you know. So like, yeah, I think that it's probably different depending on where you live. But around here, there's farms everywhere. And so a lot of young people do that. And so when we're covering the news and Democrats are out here saying, oh, we need somebody to pick the crops. Well, you guys shit out kids like crazy. Just make them, give them something to do in the summertime. Snooks, I don't like to drink alone. Trying to think of the answer for that. Well, I'm sure people on Discord drink, and you guys are always in the voice chat over there. Zero builds muscle and character. BFF did that many summers in Holland. Yeah, yep. There's lots of those jobs in Holland. Klaus Daniels. I don't know what he's doing. He's like jumping off the walls. It's time for parkour. J Spray, plenty of picking to do around here. Yep. Ghostly, I live by a farm that would give you free food to work X amount of hours each harvest, or you could pay for a subscription fee and not work. Yeah, Ghostly, and that's nice. They don't have to do that. So that's a nice opportunity there. Stoner, I got a free cruise offer from a casino I go to, but I figured I would rather be able to smoke weed and chill on vacation. Yeah, Stoner, I've seen videos of people getting their room raided because they're bringing weed with them onto the cruise. That sucks. That sucks. I don't know. Like, I could imagine how tempting it would be to sneak a vape pen on board, but you get caught by customs. That's the thing. It's not even regular officers. I think it's customs that comes for you. So yeah, that's not the funnest way to go. My feed, I thought she died on a family farm. I don't know. I don't know how she died. Electric Hammer, the detainees were outside of Dallas, way far away from the border. Yeah, it's coming up. Truman, she shot herself in the back of the head twice. Yeah, that's exactly what I expect. That's why I figured the information's not floating around. Electric Hammer, yeah, they got dogs that go through the line and in the back sniffing luggage like Biden does kids. Yeah, Electric Hammer, I don't know. I'd like to ride a cruise, but I'd like to be able to take my pen with me. What's up, TPP? Happy Freedom. Cats are like the OG parkour. Yeah. Klaus Daniels, he's a big feline. He's a big cat to be jumping around like that. Cheeky Chops, you got like 14 minutes. You got a preheating rig or you got to heat it yourself? I remember sitting around, people have those big canisters of the torch or whatever trying to heat up a dab rig. I think they got more convenient tools now. All right, hooligans, we're going to move forward. Like I said, this next one is Texas detainees fearing deportation to El Salvador signal SOS. Now, this is more news to pull on your heartstrings for these poor illegals that broke into our country. But we got a second video here showing you that it's all staged. We're going to play these videos back to back. First one's propaganda. Second one is peek behind the curtain. So hit that like button over on Rumble as well as the CommuTube, and let's get into this.
Then the president scoring a win on his immigration agenda. House lawmakers advancing a bill on Wednesday, rejecting Democratic efforts to add language barring U.S. citizens from being deported. And that coming just days after ICE detainees down in Texas formed these letters, SOS, while a drone flew overhead, sparking new concerns about the Trump administration's mass deportation efforts. News Nation's Xavier Walton has the details this morning. Xavier, these images send quite a strong message.
Hey, Marky, good morning. Strong message indeed, concise, short, to the point. These detainees trying to communicate to the world in a dramatic fashion. So let's go to where this actually took place, about 200 miles west of Dallas, where we are this morning, to the Bluebonnet Detention Facility. You can see it here. The message making headlines couldn't be more clear. 31 detainees forming the letters SOS, an internationally recognized distress signal, in the detention center yard. And according to Reuters, several of these men and their families say they are not Tren de Aragua gang members, despite the Trump administration's claims. Now, prior to that call for help, dozens of Venezuelan detainees there were on the brink of being deported to El Salvador's maximum security prison as part of the Trump administration's deportation efforts. That is, until the Supreme Court stepped in, placing that temporary pause on those deportation plans for Venezuelan migrants. For now, these detainees remain in Texas, keeping the president and the judiciary at odds.
We've run into, I would call them rogue judges. Somebody could criticize me for that. These are rogue judges. These are radical left, generally radical left, horrible judges. Some judge that nobody ever heard of is holding us back. It's very dangerous for our country. I mean, you want to see a country that'll have crime? Let that happen.
All right, so the president was dealt another setback Wednesday when a federal judge ordered the Trump administration to give migrants held at Guantanamo Bay due process. Gitmo, received its first detainees in March, including alleged members of Tren de Aragua, who were then sent to El Salvador. In the meantime, the Trump administration trying to find another way to send these migrants to El Salvador, and the Trump administration claiming that they are dangerous, violent criminals as they try to figure out another way to send them to that maximum security prison, Marky.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and down.
Okay, so that's the story there on those poor little border crossers, and the mean orange man sent them to prison to be detained. They're being treated so poorly that they got to go out here and spell SOS. Except it's all staged. This is what they did after they were done playing at recess. You can see him clapping, waving at the camera and stuff, smiling at each other. Look at, oh, nice little high five. We did it. We did it. We got them to believe that we're just poor victims and they need to come save us. Stupid. These people ain't hurting that damn bad. Look, they got a soccer ball. They're not hurting that damn bad. They're not. This is all bullshit. It's more bullshit. Every time the news speaks, oh look, it's more bullshit. Yeah, it's all staged. So, no need to feel sorry for the border crossers. Next up, we got the last little bit of the news. We're going to pull up this Trump video really quick, or this live, rather. And we'll just keep this in the background while we wait. Oh, they must already have speakers and stuff going on. People on stage. I'm thinking it ain't going to be much longer. 9 minutes until President Trump is expected on stage. Not worried about it at all. I don't know if he's going to be late or not. I don't think so, considering it is students, and we know kids are not patient, even when they're 18 years old, or however old these people are, young 20s, right? So, got the asses in the seats. It's only a matter of time before President Trump is on stage. Our last little bit of the news is titled, Second Protective Order Against Kilmar Abrego Garcia Uncovered. This is a follow-up on the poor father from Maryland that was sent to El Salvador. Obviously, he's an illegal woman-beating MS-13 piece of shit. But we got a follow-up on it. I got another police report, and he's just as bad as you think he is. Anyways, it's coming up next unless President Trump walks out on stage. But first, we're going to hop in the chat, see what you all going to think about this goofy-ass SOS stuff that the inmates were doing. Guess I assume they were jamming to Butthole Surfers. You know they were. Mm-hmm. Zero, why are they wearing MAGA red? Yeah, they didn't realize it, but they were. J Spray, due process looks like a like no green card, no go. Yeah. Well, and it's dumb that they even cry about the due process thing. They could just do Zoom calls. We just covered a video the other day that was showing somebody, I don't remember who it was, somebody being arrested for something, and their due process was done over a Zoom call. They could do that with all those illegals. They could wrap it up in a couple hours and be done with it, and not have to actually bring people back into the country or anything like that. Russell, I have no sympathy for those illegals. I have no more fucks to give. That's right. And you just reminded me. Today is a good day to whip somebody's ass. I was going to play that as our intro song today, and I forgot. I got to write a reminder here. Put it on the playlist. Matt Rogers, cry me a river. Illegal is illegal. Exactly. I don't, there's, no matter how they spin it, that's where it lands. What's up, Mr. B New? Happy freedom. Stoner, when I was on a cruise as a kid, I wrote a bunch of letters saying I'm stuck on a desert island and stuff, and put them in bottles and threw them in the ocean. What a badass, Stoner. Holy. I wonder if people actually found them. Screaming Eagle, those orange jumpers look really good. Yeah, those guys were styling. Bill Clay singing lyrics here. Hopefully somebody gets my message in a bottle. Yeah. Nope, their cries are falling on deaf ears. Little Irish poor babies. They are. These poor little illegal criminals. Ghostly. They later spelled out your mom's gay. Yeah, I figured. Jesus loves us. Told care, is that her O face? I'm glad somebody saw it, because I didn't have a chance to actually say anything about it before I clicked play, but it looked like she was pushing out a dump. I was like, holy. Zero, uh-oh, Klaus is busted. Yeah, he was in there wrecking his toy that Donna Sparks got him. I'll check it out here, Juicer. Meta. Lame judges appointed by Obama, Bush, and Walter. Yeah. We got to vote them out. Well, there's only so much we can do about judges, but we need to vote for mayors and governors in these midterms. We need to have that same energy we had during the presidential election. What's up, Rich? Happy freedom to you. Michael, J6ers and legal citizens have zero due process, and the Dems are crying about due process for criminal illegal border crossers. You are right, Michael. You are right. Mills, the SOS will just be silent inner scream when they get to El Salvador. Yeah, they're not going to have the opportunity for fun outside activities when they get to El Salvador. All right, hooligans. 3 minutes until President Trump is expected on stage. We got one more news video here. So I will have this pulled up to the side here. If President Trump walks out on stage, no matter what we're doing, we'll put him on the screen. But until then, we're going to go ahead and move forward like I was saying. This is a follow-up on the MS-13 gang member that they refer to as a poor father from Maryland. This is titled Second Protective Order Against Kilmar Abrego Garcia has been uncovered. Now, like I said, this is the poor father from Maryland, as the Democrats like to refer to him. This is the second protection order that's been filed on him that has come out to the public. He's been accused of locking children in a room, abusing his wife, threatening to kill her. And on a separate protective order, her ex-husband filed a claim that the kids were not safe because Garcia is a gang member. Now, the ex-husband's report is not in this video. As far as I know, they don't even mention it, but it's out there. There's images of it everywhere. You don't have to take my word for it. If you don't believe it, don't fucking believe it. You can find it. You got Google. Either way, once again, this is titled Second Protective Order Against Kilmar Abrego Garcia Uncovered. Hit that like button over on Rumble as well as the Commie Tube, and let's get into this.
Welcome to the 6 o'clock hour. Tonight, new court documents reveal what the wife of Kilmar Abrego Garcia filed. More than one protective order against him.
So he is the man, the Salvadorian national, who was wrongfully deported from Maryland to El Salvador last month. Fox 5's Nana Bonsu is in the newsroom tonight with the very latest. Nana.
Hey, Angie and Sharon, we're going to take a look at those latest court documents in a second, but I want to give some kind of background on this case that we've been following closely. About 2 weeks ago, we learned that Jennifer Vasquez, the wife of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, filed a protective order against him in May of 2021. She accused her husband of punching and scratching her. Well, that order was later dropped after she said, quote, I acted out of caution after a disagreement with Kilmar by seeking a civil protective order in case things escalated. Things did not escalate. Well, tonight, in documents obtained by Fox News, we're finding out that was not the first time she sought a protective order against her husband. In August of 2020, Vasquez accused Abrego Garcia of physically abusing and threatening to kill her, adding that police were called to the house. In the document, she says Garcia locked their 3 kids in a room during a disagreement, followed by a 911 call. When officers arrived, she says her husband acted violent and broke her phone in front of them. She also shared that she has a recording of her husband saying, if he kills her, quote, no one can do anything to him. Now, we did reach out to Prince George's County Police to get more information about that 911 call back in August of 2020. They said they're looking into it and will get back to us. I was able to get in touch with Jennifer Vasquez for comment on the second protective order. She directed us to CASA for a statement. They are a community organization that has been representing her. All of this comes just a day after President Donald Trump said in an interview that he, quote, could bring Garcia back home to Maryland, but he wouldn't say, in quotes, this is not an innocent, wonderful gentleman from Maryland. Garcia is currently in prison in El Salvador, where he's originally from. The Trump administration has accused Garcia of being a gang member, but Garcia's lawyers say he isn't and has never been charged with a crime.
Man, they love to say he has not been charged with a crime. Stupid. So stupid. It doesn't matter. That stuff does not matter. It doesn't matter. He's in El Salvador's Supermax prison, the CCOT, because he's a suspected MS-13 gang member. They have a lot of evidence supporting that, but the ones that the news always wants to talk about is how he had Bulls, like Chicago Bulls memorabilia on. He had a Bulls hat on, and they're like, well, that's flimsy. That's all you got to say is a MS-13 gang member? Well, now the hand tattoos have come out. But there's police reports stating that, you know, like I said, her ex-husband filed a report claiming that his children were in danger because he's a gang member. He was pulled over on suspicion of human trafficking. Everybody in the car was MS-13. And then there was he had been stopped at a Home Depot looking for work as sheet metalist or whatever that job title would be, to do work with sheet metal, and he was with 2 MS-13 gang members that admitted that to the police officers. So you know, you hang at you. Trying to think what I'm trying to say here. You get in where you fit in, right? You don't see good people hanging out with pieces of shit. You just don't. That's because you don't fit in. You can't relate. You won't feel safe, right? You may not make it out alive. You would not willingly hang out with MS-13 gang members if you're not affiliated one way or another. Either you're trying to get in or you are already a part of it. That's it. That's it. You know, birds of a feather and all of that. And so they're constantly spinning this and saying, oh, well, there's no hard evidence he's MS-13. Okay, well, then ask Boo Boo Kelly to let him out of CCOT and go walk around outside. But he ain't coming back to America because the fact is he's an illegal. And he's not just somebody, he's just some random illegal. He beats his wife and shit. He doesn't deserve to be here. He's been deported. That's it. They want to cry about the MS-13 thing. They can talk to Boo Boo Kelly about it. It's up to Boo Kelly. He's the president of El Salvador. Garcia is an El Salvador national or whatever. He's, a citizen of El Salvador. It's up to his president how that's going to roll. But no matter what, it's out of our hands at this point. The news needs to let it go. That is the last little bit of the news I have for you hooligans today. We are waiting on President Trump here. He's supposed to be showing up in Alabama. Now, as far as I know, he's already there. They're just waiting for him to get on stage. Technically, he's 3 minutes late right now. But as you can see, there is asses in the seats. It seems that Secret Service is out there by the stage already. They swept the college earlier today. I didn't add the video on the schedule because I didn't know what time President Trump was supposed to be on stage. I thought it was going to be 4 or 5, but apparently it was 8. But either way, they did sweep the school and all of that to make sure that it is safe. Supposedly, they were very thorough about it. And as you can see, it's a full house. They even got people on stage. So I imagine it's, any time now we're going to see President Trump walk out on stage. However, we do have our fun stuff coming up next. We will be opening today's door of the Advent calendar that was sent to us by Hair Juicer. We got 2 funny videos of the day. First one's titled, What is Your Love Language? And our official funny video of the day was provided by Stoner, and it's titled, Can't Trust Hospitals. All of that's coming up next, but first, we're going to read through the chat and see what you hooligans think about Garcia and this ongoing pissing and moaning and crying and sympathizing with MS-13 gang members. Russell, it rained today and I could have floated off. Does that make me a piece of shit? No, Russell, it just makes you buoyant. You have buoyancy. I almost said flamboyant, but you ain't very flamboyant, Russell. Jay Spray, just because I hang out with MS-13 doesn't mean I relate. I mean, I guess. I guess. But for the majority of people, they get in where they fit in. Matt Rogers, never been caught, never been charged. You mean like as an MS-13 gang member? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. He's not innocent. He just he doesn't have too much of a criminal record outside of beating his wife. Matt Rogers, oh, he must have punched her by accident. Zero, he was swatting a fly. She ran into a door. She fell down some stairs. You know. You know how it goes. Snooks, I have 2 buoys. I am buoyant. It keeps you safe, Snooks. Keeps you safe. Me, I gotta worry about drowning. I'm dense. I just sink to the bottom. Have to have Klaus save me. Stoner, dang, they graduated or something? If not, those hats look dumb. Is this their graduation ceremony? Could you imagine if President Trump came to your graduation ceremony? I'd be acting an asshole. Not in a bad way, but I'd just be like super excited. I'd be trying to take selfies. I'd be like talking shit, tagging other schools. Like, who came to your graduation ceremony? I bet it wasn't the Orange Eagle. Appeal to Evan. Congratulations, future America. What is this? America word for the game. Either way, these people ready for President Trump. I'm trying to figure out what the title of this is. President Trump gives commencement address at University of Alabama. So yeah, I think that's what this is. I don't know if everybody's excited, but I bet there's a lot of people that are excited. And like I said, I saw a video earlier where they were talking about they did a security sweep of the school to make sure that everything would be safe. And they were saying that most of the people that they encountered are excited for the president to be there. So I don't think we're going to be hearing a lot of booing or anything like that. I would hope not. Zero, I would love it if a good president came to my graduation ceremony. Yeah. Tori Wayne, you're very buoyant. Lucky ladies. Russell, I'm a boy. Does that make me buoyant? I don't think so, Russell. I don't know. I'm not very buoyant. I know that. Fresca-Bean, did you see Electra Hammer said that the cruise port fight was over a hoopy game? What is hoopy? What is... I probably shouldn't even be saying that stuff out loud. I don't know what that is. Stoner, I'd be wearing a MAGA hat instead of a square cap. Wow, I don't know. See, when I graduated Full Sail University, I bought a cap and gown, and I tried to go, and my car took a shit the day I was trying to drive to Florida. It's a 24-hour drive from where I am. And because it was last minute and I needed to be there early in the morning the next day, I couldn't even catch a flight to Florida. So right now, I have a cap and gown in my closet that I have never worn, that I paid $85 for it, so I could walk in my graduation for the university I went to. Never got to go. So I don't know. I mean, it would be cool to wear a MAGA hat in this situation, but at the same time, graduating after doing all that college work and stuff, I was pretty excited to get my cap and gown. And I'm a little bitter I never got to wear it. Oh, I see what you're saying, Fresca-Bean. Tree herder, he scratches like a little bitch. Yeah, well, you know, he ain't from here. Resistance 3 minutes. Shit, give him about 45. Yeah, 47. It's take about 47 minutes. No, I don't think he's gonna be that late. Just because of everything going on, I think he's gonna be close to on time. Let's hear what this guy's saying really quick.
As optimistic as I am for the future of these great people here in this Coliseum, China is now dumping U.S. bonds. They are going in for our prime farmland. They are rolling out a new digital currency, and to be quite frank, they are trying to display an economic Pearl Harbor against the United States, and they must stop now. They must stop their war games against Taiwan. They must stop intimidating the United States, but we know that President Donald Trump will never be intimidated by Winnie the Pooh, otherwise known as Xi Jinping. But look, we need to be serious about your properties, assets, 401ks, and IRAs, and protecting yourself against inflation. But President Trump is a genius. He's great with the economy, and even with that, you need to secure your financial savings and retirement with gold and silver. The one inflation-proof asset that survived the fall of currencies. And when you call the trustworthy experts at Colonial Metals Group by going to 800-234-0089, that's 800-234-0089. Call today. Do not delay. Visit freegoldguide.com/RSBN. You'll receive a free 2025 gold guide on how to bulletproof your wealth with gold and silver. Plus, you stand to receive $7,500 worth of free silver. So go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN.
Okay. It's enough advertisement. Just waiting for the Orange Eagle here. Totally care. My youngest got screwed out of graduation stuff because of COVID. Yeah, that sucks. The lockdown's really screwed over a lot of people. Appeal to Heaven, Future. That's a good one. Oh, now I get what you're saying, Appeal to Heaven. Appeal to Heaven is trying to come up with keywords for us to play kind of a game while watching President Trump. You could take a drink, or you can hit the bowl, or you can drink some water, or whatever it is you want to do. But the keywords are student, congratulations, future, America. In America, I guess that's where we are. So I'm going to write this down so I can remind everyone, but we might take a couple more words. Looking for keywords here. Play drinking game or whatever you want to call it. You do whatever you want, but trying to make it even more fun, right? Even more fun of a Trump Live. J Spray, buying gold that you don't hold protects you. What are they offering? I wasn't paying attention. I was sitting here reading the chat. Mr. B new, free silver. Laugh out loud. Yeah, there's no free silver. Huge, best, greatest. People are gonna be messed up. Stoner. Stoner's cheating. He's done this before. I'll post it in the chat in a second here. We got student, congratulations, future, America, huge, best, and greatest. That's probably enough. We'll read through and see. Bill Clay Crowder plays the drinking game during the debates and election, and he got wasted. That's funny. Yeah, I think that's what inspires people to have us come up with drinking games and stuff like that. We have a lot of hooligans that are sober and stuff, so that's why I don't like to refer to it as a drinking game, but you know, you don't have to drink alcohol. You drink whatever you want. I probably shouldn't drink any more alcohol. I got other stuff I got to do today, plus I got to cook food right after the live. I'm already starving, so I'll use my Gatorade and my water here, I guess. Mills, illegals don't get a record if cops just turn them loose. You're right. Rhonda, do they have due process coming in? No. Then they don't have to have due process going out. Yeah, Rhonda, you know, that makes a lot of sense. You are right. Heck yeah, get some. Already got dinner. Chase Spray, by the time he mentions himself, I'll be wasted. You're beating us to it. You're cheating. Russell, well, hell, I've been drinking beer. You guys are cheating, okay? Simply Witchy, would be funny if they did an ice raid while he was there. Oh my god, that would be hilarious. That would be so funny. Sounds like a good dinner, guess, Sam. Appeal to Heaven, an all-in-one game for everyone. That's right. I like that. Winning. I see meta. Let's see. Yeah, let's add that. And I think we got a full list here. Student, congratulations, future, America, huge, best, greatest, and winning. Sounds like a complete list to me. What's up, guess who? Happy Freedom. Yep, just waiting on the Orange Eagle to come out. I don't think it'll be too much longer. Everybody is ready to go. There's Secret Service everywhere. He's 17 minutes late currently. Any moment now. Simply Witch, you think he'll mention Barron? Maybe. Sometimes he does. I'm trying to think if he did when he was here in Michigan. It was like a 2-hour speech, though. I can't remember if he mentioned Barron or not. Russ, I hope to cook a steak and a potato this weekend. Heck yeah. That's what I got in the fridge right now. I got a 1-pound steak. It was $7. Such a good deal. I love steak. I don't eat it right, though. You guys would be upset if you watch me cook and eat steak. Is it time? Oh, we got something going on. Let's see what's going on here. We'll put it on the full screen.
Welcome back. Well, graduates, your time at the University of Alabama is certainly part of something much larger than any one moment. You're part of a legacy that stretches back generations and forward into the future that only you are going to be able to define. And tonight, let's just say it's not over yet. Let's make some more memories. Some very special guests are about to take the stage, an individual who has left a lasting mark on this university and whose presence tonight truly makes this celebration unprecedented. But before they join us, I do want to take a final moment to say something from the heart, and that is thank you. Thank you for choosing Alabama. Thank you for your work, your energy, the late nights. Graduates, were there any late nights? Roll Tide. And the leadership that you have shown on this campus and beyond. You have made an impact. You've built a community. You have raised the standard, and tonight we celebrate with you, class of 2025. It's now my pleasure to introduce someone who needs no introduction to Alabama fans. Coach Nick Saban did Coach Nick Saban didn't just win championships, he built a culture of excellence that set a standard in college football and taught us all the power of teamwork, self-discipline, and unwavering focus on the process of getting better every day. He challenged our student athletes to be champions, not just on the field, but in the classroom and in life. Please show your appreciation for the legendary former coach of the Crimson Tide and one of the greatest coaches in history, Nick Saban.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Bell. And first off, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you for your extraordinary leadership here at the University of Alabama over the last 10 years. You made the university better. You made me better. You helped us have a successful program because we always had the support that we needed. And leadership is all about serving other people. And Dr. Bell created a great example. He was somebody that we all could emulate. He helped others for their benefit, which is what service is all about. And, you know, his integrity, humility, and unwavering focus to the students here is something that is unprecedented. So I would like to get a round of applause for Dr. Bell for 10 years of tremendous service to the University of Alabama. You know, it's certainly an honor for me to be here and participate in this historic event, to be able to introduce President Trump, to address the graduates, you know, here today. So it's a special moment for me, but I got to be honest with you. You know, I feel like I'm the warm-up band for the Rolling Stones. And the first song they're going to play is Start Me Up. So, but really to all the students here, I want to congratulate you on the hard work and commitment that you made to be able to graduate, create a future for yourself. But I want you to remember something. You know, you've created an opportunity to create a legacy now. And if you remember back in 2009 when we won our first national championship here, we had a celebration in the stadium, and I said, this is not the end, this is the beginning. And the reason I made that statement is I wanted our players and the people in the program and our supporters at the university to realize that we wanted to create a legacy of success. Well, that's what you have the opportunity to do now. You know, you're going to face new challenges. This is going to be a new beginning for you. New challenges, new horizons, new opportunities, new obstacles to overcome. And I'm sure the University of Alabama has provided a lot of resources for you to be ready to do that. And our faculty here has helped you prepare for what you need to do to have a successful legacy, you know, in the future. But I always tell people that you need to be very wise about the goals that you set. But more importantly, you got to define, what do I need to do to accomplish those goals? That's called the process. The very things that you need to do on a day-to-day basis to be able to accomplish the goals that you have. You need to define that for yourself. And then you have to have the discipline to execute it every day. And I'm talking about self-discipline. Because we make hundreds of decisions every day that come down to two questions. Here's something I know I'm supposed to do that I really don't want to do. Can you make yourself do it? On this hand, there's something you know you're not supposed to do, but you want to do it. Can you keep yourself from it? If you can make those choices and decisions the right way, you'll be able to always make progress toward the goals and aspirations and things that you want to achieve. So making the right choices is very, very important. You know, when you embark on this journey, there's three things that I think always help me. First of all, have compassion for other people. Treat people like you would like to be treated. Treat people nicely on your way up. You might meet them on the way down. So it's nice to be important, but it's also more important to be nice. So that was the first thing, compassion for other people. The second thing is be responsible for your own self-determination. You got to earn it. Don't look at somebody else. Don't blame somebody else. You be responsible for your own self-determination and have accountability for what your job is and what you need to do. And the last thing is, it's not about beating the other guy. It's not about being better than somebody else. It's about you being the best that you can be. You know, we won 26 games when I played Pop Warner football in a row. Then we won 30-some in high school in a row, and it was never good enough. And I could never understand that. But my dad said, it's not about beating the other guy. It's about you being the best that you can be at whatever you choose to do. And I'm going to leave you with this. The first speech that I gave in 17 straight years here was I used to get the players to understand how important it was for them to be their best. As I paraphrased Martin Luther King's old street sweeper sermon. And he started out saying, there's only one guy in the green stamp store at Montgomery, Alabama that I'll let shine my shoes. Because the pride that guy has in shining shoes and the smile he gets on his face when you told him he did a good job. Then he goes on to say, if you're going to be a street sweeper, be the best street sweeper in the world. Sweep the streets like Michelangelo painted a Sistine Chapel, like Shakespeare wrote literature. Let him put a sign up that says the best street sweeper in the world lives right here. And if you do that, you accomplish the best there is in life, knowing you did your best to be the best you be, no matter what you choose to do. So, from Terry and myself, Miss Terry and myself, we want to congratulate the 2025 graduating class of the University of Alabama and wish you the very best in the future. And before I introduce President Trump, I have to tell you a story. You know, you all know that we win a national championship, we get to go to the White House, and it's a great experience for our players and each and every year. When we won in 2017, President Trump was there in 2018, very gracious host, and he's the first president that invited us to come in the Oval Office. So I take the three captains in the Oval Office, and President's really nice to everybody, and he's got this very big, good-looking, auspicious box on his desk that has a red button on top. And one of the players said, "Is that what you launch the missiles with?" And he said, "Well, push it and find out." Player said, "No, I don't want to do that." He said, "Oh, go ahead, push it, see what happens, find out." So Rashawn Evans finally got the guts up, went over, pushed the red button. Some lady came in with a Coke on a tray. So I really want to express my appreciation to President Trump for choosing the University of Alabama for his commencement address and making time to speak to our graduates. Now it is my distinct honor to introduce our next speaker. Please join me in welcoming the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
All right, hooligans, hit that like button if you haven't already. Grab the URL for whichever platform is your favorite. Go share out the link on all of your social media. That way everyone can hear from the president. He's got pink hair for the event? No, that's what the left will say, though.
Thank you, Coach. Wow. What a nice-looking group this is. What a beautiful group of people. And especially a very big hello to the University of Alabama. Congratulations to the class of 2025. Roll Tide. Roll Tide. There are things that happen in life that are very important, and you always remember where you were when they happened. As a student at Alabama, you'll always remember where you were when your head coach, Nick Saban, retired. Remember that? Because he's done such a fantastic job. The last time I was here, and that's true with Nick, what a great coach. Let's bring him back. No, you have a good coach right now, though. You have a good coach right now. He was great. But the last time I was here, the Crimson Tide beat the Georgia Bulldogs 41-34. I was here. I got to watch it. That was some game. Today it's my pleasure to return to this campus as the first president ever to deliver the keynote commencement address to this truly great American university. It's a great school. And there's nowhere I'd rather be than right here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Titletown, USA. That's what it's become. And I love this place. Maybe it's because I won Alabama by 45 points. Could that be the reason? 45? You know, the way they say, the polls have closed in Alabama. Trump has won Alabama immediately. It was very quick. It was very, very quick and nasty. That's what we like. They put all 7 of your commencement ceremonies. I don't know if you know this, but they put them all together first time ever, so I better do well, or I'm in big trouble. But I want to thank President Bell for his 10 years of distinguished service, highly respected gentleman, but 10 years of service to this great university, overseeing the education of 100,000 proud Alabama graduates. That's something to have on your record. I also want to thank Alabama Governor Kay Ivey, who's here with us, and she's a fantastic. Where is she? Where is she? She's around here someplace. She's here. I just took a picture. I said, "You're doing a great job," along with the very wonderful man, a friend of mine, Senator Tommy Tuberville. Where's Tommy? Tommy's great. When he wanted to run for the Senate, I said, "Well, you beat Alabama 6 times in a row. How can you run for the Senate?" He said, "Well, I just look at him and say, well, I was responsible for them getting Nick Saban." I said, "That's a good reason." And he won very easily. He won. But I'll never forget that. Thanks also to a wonderful person, Representative Lisa McLean, a great person, great, highly respected. Gary Palmer, Robert Adderholt, Dale Strong, Ronnie Jackson, Ralph Norman, along with Lieutenant Governor Will Ainsworth, Alabama Attorney General Steve Marshall, Alabama Secretary of State Wes Allen, great people, Alabama Senate President Pro Tem Garland Gudger, Chancellor Sid Trant, and members of the University of Alabama Board of Trustees. But most importantly, and they would agree with this, let's give a big round of applause to your incredible parents, grandparents, and family members. Because they made this wonderful day possible. Oh, you're great. Without them, it doesn't happen. Without them, you probably aren't here, and you wouldn't have that big, beautiful smile on your faces. This year, the graduating Alabama class of 2025 has over 6,600 graduates. You're the largest class in school history. Among your ranks are among the 800 first-generation college students and nearly 3,000 students from right here in the great state of Alabama. Amazing. And this class also includes many Rhodes Scholars, Goldwater Scholars, 213 Merit Scholars, and over 1,500 students graduating with red caps. You know what that signifies? 4.0 GPA. That's a lot of students. That's a lot of students. That's pretty good. I know who I'd pick. I'd look for a red cap. I say, I want you to work for the beautiful Trump administration, this lovely administration. In addition, the class of 2025 has nearly 130 active duty service members, veterans, and members of the University of Alabama, ROTC. Thank you very much. Thank you. Everywhere you look, you can see the fierce spirit of this school, but nowhere more clearly than in your world-class athletics. There's nothing like it. Probably there's no school like it. That's why I would like to recognize the 11 graduating seniors on the University of Alabama football team. Where may they be? Where are they? You just have to look, and they're about a foot taller than everybody else. Oh, great. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Great season. Thank you. Thank you. Great season. There is something truly special about the players, coaches, and the fans who pack the stands at Bryant-Denny Stadium and proudly sing Dixieland Delight. We like that. Alabama has changed college football forever and inscribed into the history books the names of Bear Bryant, Joe Namath, 4 Heisman Trophy winners, and, of course, the great Nick Saban. This place is truly where legends are made. It really is. It's a special place. When your president called, we talked about it. It took me about 2 seconds to say, I'll go. I wasn't looking to do it, and we are busy. You know, we're winning a lot of battles right now. We love winning, don't we love winning? We're winning a lot of battles. But I wanted to do this. For the University of Alabama, good isn't good enough, tough isn't tough enough, and great isn't great enough. The Crimson Tide does not rest, does not quit, and does not stop winning until It's all time. You know, it's all time. You're always winning, and you're going to keep winning. That's why the University of Alabama football team has won more games in the last decade than any college football team in America. That's not bad. And it's why last fall you beat Auburn for the 5th year in a row. That's not bad. That's not bad. The University of Alabama has a brand, and that brand is winning. That brand is winning. Great school. Last year, the Crimson Chaos watched the Tide Hoops make it to the Final Four for the first time ever. And this year, you built on your incredible record and returned to the Elite Eight. So not only is Alabama a great football school, it's now one of the nation's best basketball schools, and congratulations. And I love sports, and I think I should have come here. I think I should have come here. Congratulations as well to the women's track and field team for winning 2 SEC titles this year. That's something. As long as I'm president, we will always protect women's sports. Men will not play in women's sports. No way. They say that's an 80-20 issue. No, it's a 97-3 issue, I think. No, men will not be playing in women's sports. I said that, and I classified it with a very powerful executive order. As you know, it's done. The class of 2025 was the first to enter the halls of this university in the aftermath of COVID-19. Following a difficult senior year of high school, many of you came here to Tuscaloosa from around the country, and for the very first time, you experienced something called freedom. You had freedom. So let's give a big round of applause to the leaders of this state who chose liberty over lockdowns. They did. They did a good job. Did a good job. As you know, there are few campuses in the world more beautiful than this one, and there are few memories sweeter than the ones you have formed really at this capstone and at the capstone. You'll miss the beautiful sounds of Denny chimes, the excitement of lining the Walk of Champions, the Saturday tailgates at the Quad. As you graduate, it's natural to reflect on 4 years of happy memories, and you've really had happy memories here. You've done a lot of winning. Winning is a good thing to do. But today I'm also asking you to look forward to really something very, very bright and more promising, and it's going to be an even more promising tomorrow, I promise you that. You're the first graduating class of the golden age of America. We're in the golden age. You watch. This is the golden age. This is the golden age. We've done things that nobody thought possible. 100 days yesterday, 100 days, and we've done things that nobody thought even possible. Huge. Like many generations before you, you're graduating at an exciting time for our nation, a period of both extraordinary change and incredible potential and what will be unbelievable growth. You're going to see that very soon. You're going to see it starting very, very soon. The whole world is talking about it. Our country has always been defined by its ability to reform and reinvent itself, to meet the challenges of the next era. The last 4 years were not good for our country, but don't let that scare you. It was an aberration. We're run by people who truly, at that time, 4 years, we were run by people that didn't have a clue. They didn't have a clue. I'm trying to be nice when I say it that way. They allowed our beautiful USA to be laughed at, scorned, and taken advantage of by everybody. We were ripped off on trade by nations all over the world, both friend and foe, and oftentimes a friend was far worse on trade than the foe. But those days are over. You're at the start of something very, very big. You're going to see that very soon. Now, exactly 250 years after the first patriots stood and fought at Lexington and Concord, we're in the midst of another kind of revolution, a revolution of winning and a revolution of common sense. Common sense. Everywhere you look, broken systems, corrupt institutions, and tired dogmas are being swept away by the tide of history. Ancient wisdom is being rediscovered, and the best and strongest traits of America are coming back for all to see, bigger, better, and greater than ever. Coming back, and they're coming back fast. The spirit of our age is one of boldness, vigor, ambition, and adventure, and it's exciting to be you and young. Oh, I'd pay you a lot of money to have your age. You have a great future. The people have rejected the voices of a failed establishment. You saw that in the election. We've turned the page on endless wars, crippling debt, open borders, ruinous inflation, and the lack of respect for our country and for its leaders. But we're turning that all around, and we're turning it around very fast. We will very quickly make America great again. This week, we're celebrating the most successful first 100 days of any presidential administration in the history of our country, and we've been given a lot of credit for that, but 100 days does not a full term make. But we're going to do even better as we move along. In a matter of weeks, we've achieved the lowest number of illegal border crossings ever recorded. And you've seen it, hundreds of thousands of people pouring into our country from prisons, from mental institutions, from gangs, and all over the world, not just in South America. You'd see hundreds of thousands of people pour across in one day. You know what we had just recently? Three. And we slashed the number of illegal aliens released into the United States by 99.999%. And you know, if that number is wrong, the fake news, which is all over the place today, is going to be correcting me before I get to the next sentence. Now, 99.999%. How about that? Nobody thought that was possible. They said you needed legislation. No, you just needed a new president. That's what you needed. But despite the tremendous success, as you've been reading, the courts are trying to stop me from doing the job that I was elected to do. We won by millions of votes. We won all 7 swing states, 7 out of 7. We won 312 electoral college votes. They said, 270 would be great. We won 312 and 2,750 counties versus 525 counties throughout the nation. That's why when you look at a map, it's all red. It's all red. Every inch of it is red, a little couple of blue dots. But they have to let us do the job that the voters want us to do. Judges are interfering, supposedly based on due process, but how can you give due process to people who came into our country illegally? They want to give them due process. I don't know. We've created 350,000 new jobs and brought core inflation down to its lowest level in many, many years. Energy is down. Look at your cost of energy, way down. Groceries are down. Even eggs are down. Remember I came in? Remember I was here a week and they started screaming at me, the fake news. Egg prices have doubled. I said, I just got here. I've been here for 4 days. I said, tell me about egg prices. They've doubled. Well, they didn't double under me. I just got there and we did a great job. We brought down the cost of eggs. In fact, they said you won't have eggs for Easter. They wanted to we have a big Easter egg hunt at the White House. You saw it just take place. And they thought we should order thousands of plastic eggs. Plastic. I said, no, we'll do it. And we straightened out the egg situation very quickly. Our great Secretary of Agriculture did a fantastic job, and we had so many eggs we didn't know what the hell to do with them. And prices of eggs have gone down 87% since I took office. That's something, right? But the price of food has gone down, and mortgage rates are down, and gasoline prices just hit $1.88 a gallon in 3 states. Can you believe it? It was at $3.50. It was at $4. We're drilling. Oh, we're drilling. You know, drill, baby, drill, right? We drill, baby, drill. We do that. We got it down. We have it going good. And, you know, when energy drops that much, you don't have much inflation. It's hard to have inflation. It was just announced that in the first quarter, investments in the United States are up 22%, that we're leading the whole world in investment. Everybody's pouring into our country with big dollars. And it's all about November 5th, the November 5th election, and tariffs and incentives that we've given that are going to make this country so much richer. We have $36 trillion in debt. That's going to start to come off. It's going to come off rapidly, but we'll be over $8 trillion in investment, with Apple and others investing $500 billion each. We've never had a period of time in 2 months, because we're here for 3 months, a little bit more, but give me a break for the first month. You know, had to get a little acclimated, had to see where the enemy lies, because they're already looking to impeach Trump. You know, these crazy people. Let's impeach him. For what? We don't know exactly, but we'll try it. These people are crazy. So we had to, you know, get our bearings for the first couple of weeks. So in 2 months, we had over $8 trillion, think of it, committed. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. There's never been anything like it in any country at any time, and it's all because they want to avoid the tariffs. We want to get here fast. And I said, you know, a number of times, tariff is the most beautiful word in the world, and I got absolutely decimated by the fake news. They said, what about love? What about your wife? What about your parents? What about religion and God? So I said, all right, it's the 5th nicest word I've ever seen. And since I've done that, I've been in good shape. Nobody's bothered me. They've been very nice. So it's the 5th most beautiful word I've ever heard. But it's making us very rich, and you'll be seeing the results pretty soon, sooner than most people think, because that's what other countries have been doing to us, just so you understand. They were tariffing the hell out of us. We couldn't sell cars in Europe. We couldn't sell cars in China. We couldn't sell cars in Japan or anywhere else. We couldn't do anything. And all we're doing is we're doing it to them, but we're doing it much better. And the U.S. military is suddenly seeing its best recruiting numbers ever. We've never had numbers like that. We now have waiting lists because there is such incredible spirit in our country. There's a great spirit. And just think, 6 months ago, and you remember, and it was embarrassing, before the election, 6 months ago, we were hearing and reading that numbers of those joining our military were at the worst levels ever. We've never had anything like it, right? You remember that? And now they're at the best levels ever. We have waiting lists to get into the military. We couldn't fill the positions, and that included in our police forces, our fire departments. We love our fire departments also. We can never forget our fire departments. But our police forces were begging for help. And now they're brimming over with people and applicants, and they're getting great ones. It's amazing what's taken place, and that's really the spirit. Each of the graduates in this arena will soon have the chance to help lead this project of national renewal. And that's what it is. It's a national renewal. We suffered so badly for 4 years. We had one of the greatest economies. We actually had the greatest economy in the history of our country during the first term of Trump. And then we got hit hard with inflation. During the Biden economy, it was horrible. We were hit so hard. The worst probably ever. They say 48 years. We'll accept that. But I would say ever. You'll embrace this moment, and you'll step forward with strength and grit, faith and patriotism to put America on a new trajectory for your children. And then you'll take your place among the greatest generations in the history of our country. I think you have a chance to be the greatest generation in the history of our country, because we're turning it around, and you happen to be available. You're available. That's a good time to be available. There are some times when it's not so good to be available, but this is a great time. I'm absolutely confident that the Alabama class of 2025 is up to the task. Are you up to the task? You learned a lot about winning here at Alabama, and now we need you to help win for America. For the business majors here today, I challenge you not merely to use your talents for financial speculation, but to apply your great skills that you've learned and had to forging the steel and pouring the concrete of new American factories, plants, shipyards, and even cities which are going up all over our country. Don't just build a strong portfolio, build a very, very strong America, and you're going to do that. To the engineers, brilliant you are, technicians, scientists, and math majors, we need your Alabama spirit and competition to keep our country at the forefront of every single domain. America should have the world's tallest buildings, design the fastest airplanes, build the greatest cars, do everything the absolute best, better than any other nation in the world, and you can do it. And we will soon land American astronauts on Mars. That will happen. That will happen. In every field you have studied, there are problems to be solved and breakthroughs to be made. To the journalism majors, of which I've had a lot of problems with. I must be honest. I'm not sure I like them. No, I do. But you're really leading a very thing, because we need a great and free press. We need a brilliant press. They're like a watchkeeper. They're very important, and you can go out and take it down a new track, help save the country. So important. Your task is so important, and it's to build a media that Americans can trust. And remember, the people of this country, they know the truth when they hear it. That's why the ratings, the approval numbers of the media are so low. We need those ratings to be 100%. We have to be able to trust our media. I say you have to have that. You need strong borders, and you need really free, fair, clean elections. You need those things, but the media is a big part of it. In the world of health and medicine, there is an exciting new movement to get poisons out of our food supply, keep toxins out of our government. Clean out our environment and make America healthy again. And I think Bobby's going to do a great job, don't you? I think so. I think he's the guy we needed. And in government, it is the task of your generation to replace bureaucracy, graft, and waste with a new system that defends American freedom. These are big tasks before you, but the reward for your hard work will be the United States of America is stronger, prouder, better, and more unified than ever before. It's going to be. As you embark on this great adventure, let me share some of the biggest lessons I've learned from a lifetime spent building dreams and beating the odds. I beat a lot of odds. A lot of odds. A lot of people said, I don't know. But it worked out okay. Where are we? Oh, gee, I'm president. How did that happen? Now, you're going to be in the same position. But some of the would you like to hear some of the ideas, or should I just skip over that part, huh? That's going to be more interesting than all the other stuff, which was slightly political, right? I'm going to give it to you, though, just as I say it and as I've learned it, the hard way and the easy way. First, if you're here today and think that you're too young to do something great, let me tell you that you are wrong. You're not too young. You can have great success at a very young age. You're all very young. In America, with drive and ambition, young people can do anything. I was 28 when I took my first big gamble to develop a hotel in Midtown Manhattan, the Grand Hyatt. And it worked out incredibly well, but I was very young at the time. I was like a very young person in sort of an old person business. Steve Jobs was 21 when he founded Apple. Walt Disney was 21 when he founded Disney. James Madison, James Monroe, Alexander Hamilton, Thomas Jefferson. They were no older than 25 when they began the journeys that etched their names into the history books for all time. So to everyone here today, don't waste your youth. Go out and fight right from the beginning, from the day you leave this incredible university. Go out and fight tough, fight fair, but go out and fight. You're going to be very successful, because now is the time to work harder than you have ever worked before. Push yourself further than you have ever pushed yourself before. Find your limits and then smash through everything. Go and smash through. You've watched that football team smash through. You're going to do the same thing. You're at the age when you have the time and vitality to do really incredible things. If you just give it your all. You'll look back, and a decade from now, you'll be astounded by what you've achieved. You'll remember this day. You'll remember when the guy named Trump was giving the commencement address, and he said I could do it, and guess what? I did. I think you're going to remember that very fondly. I hope so. Second of all, and very importantly, you have to love what you do. Okay? You have to. I rarely see somebody that's successful that doesn't love what he or she does. That's way you really like. Work isn't work. It's fun. I find it fun. I work all the time, and I find it fun. If I didn't find it fun, I wouldn't be successful, whether it was real estate or in showbiz. I had a lot of different careers, but I loved real estate so much, and I was very successful at real estate because I loved it. I learned a lot from my father because I watched him work. He worked he was a workaholic. He worked. He loved to work. He's a good man. He was a tough guy, tough as hell, actually. Now that I think back, I don't know if you could even get away with that nowadays. He was tough, but he was a good man, I'll tell you. And he worked 7 days a week. He worked Saturdays, Sundays. It didn't matter. And I learned by watching him, he loved his life. He loved what he was doing. He had a great long-term marriage, a long, many years. He beat me on that one. No, mine are very successful, but they haven't lasted quite as long. It was close to 70 years. That was a long time. He said, "Pop, you beat me on that one." But you know what I learned from him? That he loved life, and all he did was work. I see people that don't work hard, and they're miserable. So go out and find. But he loved what he was doing. And you have to find something that you love, and you have to follow your own instincts. Listen to your parents. They're very wise, but you have to follow your instincts and your heart, your soul, and you want to be the very, very best you can be. Treat every day like a home game against Auburn. Fight like hell and enjoy doing it, and your coach can tell you all about that. Third thing is to think big. You know, you're going to do something, you might as well think big, because it's just as tough. You can think small. I know a lot of people, they thought small. They're very smart. I know others that weren't nearly as smart, but they had a better picture of the big picture, because it's just as hard to solve a small problem as a big problem, and it's just as much energy and everything else, except the result is going to be a smaller one. So love what you do, but think big if it's possible. Now, if it's not possible, that's okay too. You do something, you have to do something that you love. You will have all the same headaches and challenges, all the same delays and setbacks, so you might as well do something that's just amazing. America doesn't aim small, Alabama doesn't aim small, and neither do you. So think big when possible, think big. Fourth is work hard. Work hard. Never, ever stop. An example is a great athlete, actually, Gary Player, golfer, great golfer. He wasn't as big as other men. He was actually on the small side. Don't tell him that, friend of mine. Don't tell him that, because he doesn't understand that. But he worked very, very hard. He made up for it. He never stopped. He won 168 golf tournaments. Think of that, 100. I said, Gary, you're winning like every weekend. Do you ever choke or anything? I don't know what choke means. And he made a statement years ago that I read, and I thought it was sort of an incredible statement. He said, it's funny, the harder I work, the luckier I get, right? Think of that. The harder I work, the luckier I get. So you really have to work hard, and you're going to be successful because you have the talent. To get into this school is not easy. To get through it is even more difficult. You have a lot of talent. Fifth is don't lose your momentum. You just want to keep it going. And you have to know if you are losing it, you have to know when you're losing it. So maybe you stop and maybe it's time to stop. Listen to the feedback. Think through your plan very carefully and keep moving fast. The word momentum is very important. I mean, I'll just tell you a little story about a great real estate developer named William Levitt. He built Levittown. Some of you might live in a Levittown. He was the biggest developer in the whole country in the 1940s and so. And he built these jobs. He started with one house, then 2 houses, then 20 houses, then thousands and thousands of houses. And a company, Gulf and Western, came along and they said, we're going to make you an offer to buy your company. And they offered him a lot of money, more money than he ever thought he could make. And he retired, lost his momentum. He retired, and he led a beautiful life. He had a wife, I must tell you, it was his second wife. It was a trophy wife, what can I say? I don't like telling you everything, but we're all friends, right? Can we talk? We're all friends. He had a trophy wife. And he lived a different life. He moved to the south of France, but he it was a life of tremendous luxury. He had so many millions of dollars. He was given a fortune for the company. And 10 years went by, and then 15 years went by, and he got a call from this big conglomerate, Gulf and Western, and they said, we're not doing well with the purchase, because he used to pick up every nail, every piece of sawdust, every piece of wood, every chip, everything, and he'd sell it. He'd make a couple of bucks. Everything was perfect. They can't do that. You know, these big companies, they don't do that. You see it a lot when an entrepreneur sells to a big company and then he ends up buying the company back for peanuts later on. Happens a lot. But he was the best at what he did. But 15 years went by and he was so excited, and they sold him back his company. And he started, and he was going to tear apart the world because he got bored with a life of luxury. And he started building and building and building, and the markets turned on him, and he went bad. He lost everything, and he went bankrupt, absolutely bankrupt. And it was a sad story to read. It was such an amazing story because he was so rich, but he paid them, and he bought it for the right price, bought it low, but he went wild. But he lost his momentum. He wasn't good at it anymore. And he was at a party on Fifth Avenue, I'll never forget. And it was a party of a very, very powerful man who was having the party in a magnificent apartment overlooking the park. And I walked in, and there were 50 or so people. I recognized most of them, all the biggest business people in the world, actually. Very glamorous. I was doing well. I was young, and I was doing well. And I was invited to parties like that. And I looked in the corner, and there was Mr. William Levitt sitting all by himself on a chair, looking very glum. Nobody was talking to him, because you'll find that when you're not successful, you lose a lot of friends. It's not a good situation. But there was nobody talking to him, but I wanted to talk to him because I was in the real estate business, and he was, and most of these people were in different businesses. And I went over and talked to him, and I said, how are you, Mr. Levitt? He goes, Donald? He knew who I was. Not well. I'm not well. I said, so can you come back? He said, no, son, I lost my momentum. I shouldn't have done it. I lost my momentum. And I never forgot that expression. He lost his momentum. If he would have kept going, instead of selling and relaxing and going into a different life, he probably would have been 3 times bigger than he was, but he lost his momentum. And you have to know when it's your time. I mean, there'll be a time when you do lose. You see it with fighters. You see it with a lot of people. They have a great record and they retire. And then 4 years later, they say, I'm going back. I can beat that guy. And they get knocked to hell. And it's not good. It's not good. So he lost his momentum. You have to know when your momentum time is up. I call it momentum time. But follow your momentum. It's a very important word. You don't hear it from too many, but I've seen it. I've seen it a lot. Number 6, if you want to change the world, you have to have the courage to be an outsider. In other words, you have to take certain risks and do things a little bit differently. Otherwise, if that weren't the case, everybody would be successful. Doesn't work that way. Progress never comes from those satisfied with the failures of a broken system. It comes from those who want to fix the broken system. And you'll make the bigger money, you'll make the more success by acting that way. The other way may be more secure, but if you want to go to the top, you're just never going to do it unless you break the system. Change is never easy, and the closer you get to success, the more ferociously those with a vested interest in the past will resist you. They want to resist. So I just say, trust me on that, because I know you really do. You have to break the system a little bit and follow your own instincts. But if your vision is right, nothing will hold you down. Nothing. You have to have the right vision. If you look at some of these internet people, I know so many of them. Elon is so terrific, but I know now all of them, they all hated me in my first term, and now they're kissing my ass, Do you know? It's true. All of them. It's true. It's amazing. It's nicer this way. Now, in the first, they didn't know what happened because I won an election that, there was never a businessman that won a presidential election. Out of 100%, 8% were generals and 92% were politicians. Not even admirals, not even just generals. There were 8 generals: General Washington, General Grant, General Eisenhower. But 8% were generals and 92% were politicians. And when I ran, everyone said, well, he can't win. He's a businessman. That's not going to work. And, but you have a natural instinct for things. I guess I had a natural instinct. I said to somebody, was I a better businessman or politician? And they said, well, there are a lot of guys that made a lot of money, but there's only one guy that became president that was a businessman, so I guess you're a better politician. But I don't think of myself as a politician. I think of myself as a businessman, and I'm proud of that. And I've applied business instinct, and that's why I think you're seeing us doing so well. So number 7 is to trust your instincts, common sense. You can go very far in life with common sense, and I applied that to politics because some of these things, like they had open borders, let everybody in the whole world flow into our country. That's not common sense. They had transgender for everybody. We ended that, if you noticed, okay? But they had transgender for everybody. I said, this is not working. This is not going to work. As I said before, so simple. Men playing in women's sports. Did you ever see some of the records? Did you ever see some of these boxing matches? We have to protect. These women are great athletes, but we have to protect. If you looked at the Olympics where they had transitioned people going into the boxing, where the women had boxing, and they had a great champion, a female boxer. I mean, after one punch, she walked back to the corner and said, I can't get hit like that. I've never been hit like that before. You look at all the volleyball players that have been hurt so badly with balls that are hit at levels that they've never seen before. But the greatest is like weightlifting. You ever see the weightlifting? Where they have a record that wasn't broken in 18 years? And they have, should I imitate it? My wife gets very upset when I do this. She said, darling, it's not presidential. I said, yeah, but people like it. Should I do it or not? All right, I'm in trouble when I get home, but that's okay. What the hell? I've been in lots of trouble before. But no, you look at the weightlifting where 18 years it stands, and they have this young woman, and her parents are right where you are in the front row, and they're so proud of her, and it's like 209 pounds, and she's going to lift that. The record stood for 18, think of it, 18 years, and they put an eighth of an ounce here, and an eighth of an ounce here, little bit, and she's going to do it. Mom, I love you. I'm going to do it for you, Mom. And she goes, and she lifts, and she gets it, and Mom, I'm going to do it, Mom. Can't do it. And then a guy comes along, or a gal, or whatever. A transitioned person comes along. And he was a failed weightlifter as a man, but he comes along 206 pounds. They put the little thing on, and he goes, boom, boom. And breaks the record like by 119 pounds. That's not right. The other one is the swimming. You've heard me talk about it. Great swimmers, and you know, they rose to the top. Women swimmers, and they grew up together. And they're Olympic-class swimmers, and they're qualifying for some big tournament. And now the race is getting ready to start, the big race, and one young lady, she was going to set the record. She fought all her life to set the record. She has to win it by 1/9 of a second. Think of that, 1/9. I don't like those odds, 1/9 of a second, right? But she looks to the left and she sees all the friends that she grew up with down in California, from all over the country. They're all the best swimmers. Then she looks to the right and she sees the same thing, but there's a person next to her who's a giant. And she looks and she, oh my God, who is that? I don't recognize that person. That was a person that transitioned, and he had the wingspan of Wilt the Stilt Chamberlain, if anybody knows what. And as you know what happened, she was very, very badly injured in that meet because he went by her so fast that she was windburned. They had to take her out. She got serious windburn. He flew back and forth, and she didn't know what, but she got the hell knocked out of her, knowing that I'm only kidding. She wasn't windburned. She was just beaten by a lot. Or the race, did you see the race where they had the best female runners, and they had a guy who was a decent runner, a long-distance race? And he won by 5 hours and 19 seconds. You know, normally you win by like 12 seconds, 2 seconds, a quarter of a second. He won by 5 hours and 19 seconds. It's crazy. And, you know, honestly, it's demeaning for women, very demeaning. These are great athletes. It's very demeaning, and we're going to protect women. We're going to protect women. We're going to protect everybody. So now that I'm in trouble with my wife, I'm going to blame the University of Alabama for asking me to go through with that stuff. But it's pretty descriptive, isn't it, really? It helps when you know that borders are not racist, speech is not violence, America is good, terrorists are bad, men can never become women, police are not criminals, and criminals are not victims. Eighth, everybody should believe. Thank you. Thank you very much. Everybody should believe in the American dream. It's real, it's there, and it's right before you. We're coming back to the American dream. Ninth, think of yourself as a winner. The power of positive thinking. Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, from many years ago, wrote a book, The Power of Positive Thinking, and there is a lot to it, the power of positive thinking. Don't consider yourself a victim. Consider yourself a winner. In recent years, too many of our young people have really been taught to think of themselves as victims and blame people and be angry. Don't be angry. But in America, we reject that idea that anyone is born a victim. Our heroes are the ones who take charge of their own destiny, make their own luck, and determine their own fate despite the odds, despite all odds. That's what happens. They're given a little chance in many cases, very little chance of success, and they become the most successful people in the world. Whether you were born rich or poor, black or white, male or female in America, anyone can be a winner. And our whole country will be cheering you on, and I'll be at the front of the line cheering you on, especially because you come from this incredible university. And next is to be an original. The old-time greats were people who had the confidence to be a little different. Teddy Roosevelt, Douglas MacArthur, George Patton, Amelia Earhart, Annie Oakley, Muhammad Ali, and so many others, far too many to name, lived their lives with pride, personality, and flair. God only created one of you. Remember that. God created one of you. You're all different. Some are close, but nobody is the same. You're one of a kind. So don't try to be someone else. Just be yourself. And finally, and most importantly, never, ever give up. Never give up. Never give up. And I've learned anything in life, and it's so true. One of the most important things you can learn, if you just went a little bit longer, if you just held out a little bit longer, you would have been successful. Well, the stories of that are legend. But I've learned that perseverance is everything. So whatever happens, no matter where you are in life, stay optimistic and just keep pushing forward. Just don't stop. Never, ever give up. Victory is right around the corner. I've watched Coach Saban win games that really were virtually over. You've seen it. You've been in the stands. He won a couple of games. I said, Coach, you got lucky as hell. He said, I didn't get lucky. I'm a talented guy. You know, those little touchdowns that come out of nothing, he's amazing. But he's a guy that doesn't quit and doesn't know what the word quit even means. He couldn't define it. He took victory out of the jaws of defeat, and you can do that too at every stage in my career. My enemies, of which there were many and probably are right now, I can think of a couple of people that don't like me too much right now. But they said that they have to do everything they can to keep me from winning, to keep me from making it. And I'm representing you, so I have to make it. I have big shoulders, but these are big shoulders. I have to win for you. I'm not winning for myself. I'm winning for you. Do you remember when they said that Donald Trump will never become president of the United States? Remember Barack Hussein Obama said that? Barack Hussein Obama. Donald Trump will never be president. Like 50 other politicians said that. Where are they now? Oh, let me see. Oh, there they are. Where are they now? But here I am standing before you as the 45th and 47th president. You heard that a lot. But against all odds, I did great in 2016. 2016, how great was that? And then I did much better in 2020. Sorry, the election was rigged. But it was a rigged election. And then in 2024, I made it too big to rig. I said, we got to do this again. We got to do this again. And we made it too big to rig. We made it. That was a great expression. I said, you got to go and vote. Even though I was leading big in the polls, I said, it doesn't matter. You got to make it too big to rig. And they did. They went out and they voted and voted and voted. And we won the whole thing. And it was so good. And it's such a great mandate for our country. That's the important thing. So never let anyone tell you that something is impossible. Ever, ever, ever. In America, the impossible is what we all do best. There is nothing you cannot do if you are willing to fight for it. You got to fight, fight, fight. Oh, I've heard that expression. Funny. That's not here. That's not here on the actually, most of what I've said tonight is not on the teleprompter. That's all right. Isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't need a teleprompter and can sort of have a little fun? Because I feel that this is home. You know, it's been such a great state for me. I feel it's home. When they said Alabama, I said, that has a good ring to me. But it's something nice about somebody that doesn't need a teleprompter, isn't there? Huh? But for the past 4 years, you've lived in a state known for its fighters, its champions, and its warriors, and you've lived in the great state of Alabama, one of the greatest of them all, from Huntsville to Birmingham, from Montgomery to Mobile, and from right here in Tuscaloosa. To the gleaming shores of the Gulf of America. Gulf of America. That is a nice one. Everybody loves it. I wouldn't say Mexico's thrilled, but you can't have them all. They're not thrilled. You continue the legacy of Alabama legends who blazed the trails, won the games, tilled the fields, forged the steels, built the ships, and gave us the victories that built America and changed the world. The entire world was changed by our victories. This is the state that gave us the might of the Iron City, the power of the Saturn V rocket, and the roaring engines of Talladega. Talladega. We love Talladega. We love Talladega. This is the state that gave us nothing but victory, the state of some of the greatest heroes in history, like Willie Mays, Jesse Owens, Joe Louis, your coach, Nick Saban, Hank Williams, and many others. Some of you will leave here today and travel the world, but you will always know that this state, as this is really sweet home Alabama, right? It's always going to be your place. I sort of feel that way myself, because from a political standpoint, it's just been, we connected from day one. From the first day I set my foot on this beautiful soil, I connected with Alabama. And here in Alabama, we believe that the men and women who built this country are heroes, and that America's destiny is to be the single greatest nation on the face of the earth. And we're bringing it back at a speed that nobody thought was possible. We believe in freedom and family, God and country. We cherish our Constitution. We revere our Bible. And we salute our great American flag. We honor our police, we respect our veterans, and we always stand for our one and only national anthem. We love our national anthem. We believe in strong parents, strong values, strong communities, and very strong borders. And we believe that the United States military is the greatest force for peace and justice the world has ever known. We have a great military. We just had people that didn't know how to lead it. We believe the South is beautiful, Alabama is great, and America is our home. We believe in the SEC and the USA. Graduates of the Alabama class of 2025 standing here before you in this magnificent arena, it is clear to see the next chapter of the American story will not be written by the Harvard Crimson. It will be written by you, the Crimson Tide. True. That's true. That's true. Make America great again. I thought that was rather clever. If you look at what's going on, they get their $5 billion a year. That is not going to be so forthcoming. Now, wasn't that a clever one, though? Huh? Who would think of that? Because this is Alabama, and at Alabama, you fight, and you win. That's what you know how to do. Congratulations to you all. Congratulations to this great class of champions. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Look at those blonde ladies falling all over each other trying to get to President Trump. Look at Secret Service like begging him to get out of there. All right, that is President Trump speaking at the University of Alabama. I think he did pretty good. Those people were fired up. I wasn't sure how it was going to be. You know how young people are. They're either protesters or they're not. That's how we are right now. Either way, we did cover all the news, so all we got left is the fun stuff. We're going to be opening today's door of the advent calendar that was sent to us by Hair Juicer. And we got 2 funny videos of the day. But first, I want to remind you hooligans really quick, if you would like to support the live to keep us running, you're welcome to use the links in the description in order to send donations. You can do that by using PayPal, Cash App, Stripe, Zelle, Venmo, Locals, Buy Me a Coffee. You can even send crypto. Let's see what we get out of the advent calendar today. It is always exciting to see, especially with this one. We have been tearing through it. Had a couple empty spaces here, so like I've been saying, the farther we get through this, the more we're going to be opening more than one thing per door. We are on 17. Let's see what we get today. What is this? Yeah. What is it? Emergency blankets. Blankets. A whole pack of them. Mylar blankets. Good stuff. I don't have any of these. Now I got a pack. Thank you, Hair Juicer. And I appreciate you. Let's get this put in our survival pouch here. Everything we've gotten so far out of the advent calendar. Thanks, Hair Juicer. Alright, we're getting into the funny videos of the day. Let me get this pulled up real quick like.
My love language.
Now hold on a second there, buddy. Okay. This first one is titled... Just a moment here. This first one's titled, What is your love language?
My love language is blank. All right, what is your love language? Would you say? Okay, heard that was decisive. Dismembering people. Okay, Noel, we gotta talk.
Can't help it. It is what it is. We're gonna get into our official funny video of the day here. Get this pulled up. Ah, yes. This one's titled, and this one was provided by Stoner. This is Can't Trust Hospitals.
Hi, Mr. Rivera. I'm here to put your anesthesia to put you to sleep for your surgery. Okay. Let me see your hand. Okay.
Oh, I was kicking in already. Heck of fast.
Yeah, just go ahead and put your head back. You should be asleep any second now and be ready for your sex change surgery.
I'm not here for no sex change surgery. I'm here for a weight loss surgery. No, wait. Wait, no.
Yep. Well, hooligans, that is all the coffee I had for you guys today. I'm going to grab this Linktree link really quick. We're going to read through all the chats, and we got the Pledge of Allegiance coming up next. No, Hair Juicer, I forgot to try the Flint thing yesterday. I'm going to have to do it after the live. I wrote a note, so I don't forget. Rad, how many days do you have left? Let me see. We have 7 more days. And then we will be moving on to the Pokemon Advent Calendar, I think. Or maybe we might do the hot sauce one because it's got perishables in it. We'll see. Either way, there is the Linktree link where all of my links are listed. So if you'd like to make donations, join membership programs, or purchase any merch, would really appreciate it. All of your guys' contributions keep us running every day except for Sunday. Just got to have a day to recharge those batteries. Definitely go join Discord. Discord is our free hooligan community. It's the best way to be notified every single time we go live. The hooligans are there keeping the conversation going 24/7. We have 2 news boards to keep you up to date with everything going on around the world. So definitely go join Discord. If you're feeling real saucy, go join jeffmaclive.com. Over on the website, it is the best way to experience the live. Our built-in chat has more ability than any other platform. You can post memes and GIFs and custom emojis and links and all kinds of stuff right there while watching the live. You also have access to Hooligans Alley, which is our private social media area. You'll have access to the forums, the arcade, and our advanced messaging system with the built-in group chats. So definitely go get yourself a membership for jeffmaclive.com. It's the home of the hooligans. We're going to read through them. We got the Pledge of Allegiance coming up next. Sibo, what? I party on Sunday too. Well, yeah, but I can't work and party at the same time, Sibo. Zero, definitely do the perishables first. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Zero, tearing through it. That's what she said. Well, I didn't realize you were there. Someone's got to hold the camera. That's what my buddy used to always say. Carmelo, who does the flag walks with me every once in a while. I'm like, that's what she said. He's like, I know, I was holding the camera. He used to say that all the time. Here, Juicer, that was heartwarming. Zero, all the graduates that got to shake his hand. Yeah, everybody wanted to shake President Trump's hand. That's the way it is everywhere he goes, though. They act like he's some asshole, but as soon as he shows up, everybody's like a super fan all of a sudden. Matt Rogers, most hot sauces have enough vinegar in them to not go bad. Vinegar doesn't go bad? I've always wondered about that. I've purchased hot sauce that doesn't have an expiration date on it, and I've never really understood that. Hey, thanks for being here, Winston. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you, MU. Appreciate you being here. Winston, you can hide under the Mylar blankets. When the thermal drones come for you, they will still find you, but you'll be warm. Yeah, Winston. Well, hopefully it doesn't look like the Ukraine over here anytime soon. Those videos are so hardcore. Lone Wolf, oh, I thought it was a wad of cash at first. I was like, damn, nah, I've never pulled that out of an advent calendar. Not yet. Zero, vinegar and real honey don't go bad. Yeah, I've never heard of honey going bad either. Told to care, my cat is demanding attention. That's Klaus Daniels. He's over here rioting, and then he was bothering me for some fancy feast. Meta, did I get mail? Oh, what day is it? I forgot to check the post office. I made a reminder and then I didn't read the reminder. See, that's how it goes. Klaus Daniels, you didn't remind me. I will go to the post office tomorrow. Meta, thank you for reminding me. When I get up tomorrow, first thing I'll do is go to the post office. Thanks for being here, Bandit. Teasel. Acid doesn't go bad? Are you sure? I think it does go bad. What's up, Mike Ingle? Happy Freedom. Thank you for being here. Guess some. Damn it, Klaus, you had one job. I know. Hey, thank you for being here. Too old to care. So they found edible honey in the pyramid? They should have put it back. Now look at how the world is. Thank you, Lone Wolf. Appreciate you being with us. Viola, today is May Day. Oh, I forgot it was May Day. Were the protesters out? I want to say the protesters come out on May Day every year. Viola, not gonna lie, I hate going to the post office. Let's see, this time someone ran into me. Dude was passed the fuck out. What do you mean? Like physically ran into you? I don't like going to the post office because I got to deal with Roxanne, and she don't like me, and she gets all mad because I get packages to my P.O. box, because that's what I pay $80 for 6 months for, to receive packages to my post office box, and she fucking hates it, and it's like she thinks she's Mrs. Post Office or something. I don't know. She drives me crazy. That's the worst part about going to the post office, though. What's up, Lorenzo? Happy Freedom. Hair Juicer, remind me of the Honey Monk. I will do my best to try and remind you, Hair Juicer. Today's Thursday, right? So tomorrow we got a voice chat. Yes. Don't forget, if you join jeffmaclive.com, you can join us Fridays for our voice chat right after Coffee with Hooligans. It is a lot of fun. We research things, we tell crazy funny stories, and it is a hilarious time. So definitely consider getting a membership for jeffmaclive.com. All right, Hooligans, it is that time once again. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we did the thing. Let's get these beats rolling. We're going to read through one last time, just to make sure no hooligans are left behind, but we are wrapping this up. We'll be live again tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern time, for the very next Coffee with Hooligans. Hey, thanks for being here, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hey, thank you, Appeal to Heaven. Enjoy the rest of your day as well. Patriot Day, the whole family's born in May. Awesome. You got lots of birthdays to celebrate. Thank you for being here, Patriot Dad, and thank you for all your support. Viola, the post office sucks. I know, we got to make the post office great again. We got to let President Trump know. We got to do something about the post office. Thank you, Tony Rich. Appreciate you being here. Hey, thanks for being here, Rachel. Enjoy the rest of your night. Happy Chronica, Teasel. Thanks for being here, Teasel. Thank you, Josh1776. You have spice jelly for your steak? What is spice jelly? That sounds like sexy time toys. Musky Boss. Keep your stick on ice. Okay. I'll do my best. Thank you for being here, Musky Boss. Thank you, Matt Rogers. Thank you, Zero. Thank you, Too Old to Care. What's up, Shark? Happy Freedom. We're actually wrapping this up, but thank you for sliding through, Shark. Josh1776. Jelly with hot sauce in it. So good with biscuits and meat. Really? You have to post a picture or something. I've never even heard of that. All right, Hooligans, we're wrapping this up. But like I said, tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern time, we'll be right back here doing Coffee with Hooligans. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you guys for being here covering the news and watching President Trump with me. Enjoy the rest of your night. And like I said, come back tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern time for the very next Coffee with Hooligans. Huge shout out to everyone that made donations, joined the membership programs, or purchased any merch. I really appreciate all of you hooligans, and I wouldn't be able to do any of this if it wasn't for you. So thank you so much for all your support, and I'll see you on the next live. Until then, stand tall, shine bright, and that's a wrap.